Hello guys, welcome back to another demo in our channel. In this demo, we're going to create a complete working online quiz in any subject. So this one is going to be a kind of a website where any user can just go to test their knowledge. So here is our home page, and this one here, for example, I'm a user. I just go to the website and I want to take a quiz. If I click on this menu here, we're going to have this page, this UI displayed for us. So right now, this UI here really wants us, we have to select the topic or the subject we're going to take this quiz on. Take note here that this button here is disabled. If we don't select any subject, we cannot move forward from here. You can see that this button here is disabled. So right here, I'm just going to select this one here, Java, because right now, this is the only quiz or the only questions or the only subject we have in our database. So if I switch over to SQL Workbench, these are quizzes, or these are all the answers all the questions we've gotten in our database. And here you can see the subject here that we have only Java for a subject, right? So that is what we actually have right here on the browser. And now that I've selected Java as a subject, now you see that this button has been enabled. So now let's move next. And again, if you take note of this next button here is being disabled. So right here, the question is that how many questions would like to attempt. So here we're going to specify the number of questions we'd like to answer. So let's just say we want to answer 5 questions right here. And now this button has been enabled. So here we're just going to click on next. And here we have the confirmation summary trying to inform us the subject we've selected and the number of questions we've selected, right? And also we can just go to the previous step, and you see that our stepper is actually working alongside with the steps we move to. So right here we go to next, and now look at this button here. If we go back to the previous to step 2, you see that this button here is next, right? But when we go to step 3, when this stepper is full, you see that this button here has changed. The text here has changed from next to start quiz. So right here we have 5 questions selected, and we have Java as a subject selected. So when I click on this one right here, we see that we've gotten a question, right? We have 5 questions, and this one here is number 1 of 5 questions we've selected. So now let me just click. Let's read the question actually. The question says, which operator is used to compare 2 values for equality in Java? And A is the right answer, right? Is the right option. So right here, I'm just going to select A and move next. And question number 2, you see that our question is actually counting alongside with us. So question number 2 says, which keyword is used to create an object in Java? And we know that this one is new, right? And let's move to question number 3. What class is used to read input from the user in Java? So we're going to select the buffer reader, right? And I'm just going to make this one kind of a little bit bolder. And now here we go next. Question number 4, which data structure stores elements in a key pair value in Java? Key value pair in Java. So this one here is a map, right? So let's move next. And right here, we see that we are right here at number 5, which is the last question on the queue, in the queue. And we see that this button here has changed from next. Now, if we go previous, we see our next question. But now that we are right here at the last question here, you see that this button has changed from next question to submit quiz, because this one is the last question right here. Now, let's read this question. The question says, which of the following statements is true regarding interfaces in Java? A says an interface can be instantiated using the new keyword. That is a lie, it's not true. And B says a class can be implemented, a class can implement multiple interfaces. This is true. An interface can extend multiple classes. This is not true. An interface can have instance variables. Right here we have this. We're going to choose this for now. With the modern, I think with the modern update in Java, now D also is correct, because actually we can actually have instance variable static variables in our interface where we can just use. But for now, let's use this one here. Let's choose B as the correct option right here. So now I'm going to submit our quiz, and here you can see that we got 5 out of 5 correctly, right? So which means we got 100% right here. So here we can just go back, we just click the back arrow of the browser and the questions, just for us to take these questions again, the quiz again, right? And I want you to take note of this right here. Now look at this number 1 here. So if I try to refresh this page, we're going to see that these questions are actually coming from our database at random. You see here, now this one has changed. Let's refresh again. Now we see. So you see that this question is coming, they are coming from the database randomly, right? So now let's deliberately choose the wrong answers from this question right here. So now let's choose array. Next, let's choose the file reader. Next, now we have failed 2 already. Let's choose one correct one here. And let's choose another correct one, and let's fail this one too. We know that this new is the correct option for this question right here, but we're just going to pretend that create is the correct one. And let's see how many we got. So here we got 2 out of 5, and that gives us 40%, right? So we can see that this quiz is actually working the way it should be, according to requirement as usual, right? So now here is an admin menu, where admin can actually add a new subject right here, a new question, a new quiz. Admin can actually create a new quiz using this form right here. And right here, we're going to select a subject. What subject are we going to create quiz on? Right now in our database, we only have Java as subject. Now let's assume that the subject we want to create is not yet in existence. So what we're going to do here, we have an option to click on this add new. So when we click on this one here, we're going to see that we have a text field displayed for us to actually define a new subject. So right now I'm going to choose Python as the new subject. So now I choose Python and I just click on add subject. Right here we have Python already. Notice, let me go back to SQL Workbench. Now this is our database. These are the questions we have in our database. And now take note of the subject that we don't have Python right here as a subject. We only have Java. But right now, let's go to our browser to create a new quiz, right? So now I'm just going to write a simple question here. So now the question says, is this Python? It's just for test, right? So right here, let's go to the option. So the question type. Now this question type here, we see that we have single answer by default. Single answer means we're going to have a radio buttons, right? Radio buttons to actually display the options, of which we can actually, we can actually choose one question at a time. But if I decide to change this to multiple answers, we see here that, okay, let me do it again. Take note of this text field that shows correct answers. So right here, I'm going to select single answer. We see that that button has vanished away, right? So now we only have the option to create just one correct answer. But if I go here to choose multiple answers, we're going to see that right now we have the provision to give out more than one option, more than one correct answer, right? So, but right now, I'm just going to remove all this right from here. And this question is just a simple question that requires yes or no, right? Is this Python? Yes or no? So now let's go here to our first choice. So I'm just going to say yes. A is yes. So now let's add our second choice here. And now you see that B is here by default automatically, right? Now that's because our first answer here starts with A, so the subsequent ones is going to be generated right from the previous one, right from the previous index. So now this one is B. So if we have more than 2 questions, the more we add, the more we have. You see, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, just like that. And we also have, we can just remove, and remove. So right here, I'm just going to say no as the second option right here. So now this single answer here means this question is going to display as a radio button, right? So now let's take the correct answer as A. So I'm just going to choose the correct answer as A, right? And now we're going to save the question right here. So let's save. So now that we have saved this question here, let's pretend as if we want to take the quiz. So if we go here, we're going to see that we have Python right here already as a subject. And that is because this one here is actually coming from our database. Now let's go to our database and refresh. So right here, we'll refresh. Now we've gotten a Python. We've gotten one question with subject as Python in our database. And that is exactly what we have it right here in our front end right now. So now let's assume we want to take this question as Python. And now I'm going to click on next. So how many questions do we have? We know that we just have only one question in our database with Python. But now I'm going to pretend that I need 5 questions right here. And if I click on next, we're going to see the confirmation summary. And let's click on start the quiz. And right here we see, even though we choose 5 questions, now we have 1 of 1 because we only have 1 question for Python in our database, right? So now I'm just going to click on yes. And we got 100%, just 1 question. So let me just go back here and click on no. We got 0%, right? So we got 0%. We got this wrong. So now we see that we can actually add a new quiz. We create a new quiz, and right here we can just link back to existing quiz right here in our database. So now these are all the questions we got in our database. So right here we got from 1 to 10, including the one we just added, make it 11, which is the Python right here. And also we can just edit this question right here. We can edit. Let's, for example, this one is 5, right? So I'm going to change this one here to 7, for example. And now we can actually change anything here. We can edit anything here. But just for a test, I just want to change this 7 here, and now I want to save. So let's save, let's update. And if we go here right now, we're going to see that, let's see here, we see that this one has changed from 5 to 7. But I'm just going to change it back to 5. Let's go back here and change it back to 5. Excuse me. So right here we have 5 and 7. So let's save this again. Let's update. So now it's been updated right here. And also we can just delete. We can delete any question from here. So now let's just delete the Python from here. So now we've deleted the Python from here. And now if we go back here to take the quiz, we're not going to see Python there anymore. You see, now the Python has gone away. So now we just got Java, right? Okay, so now right here we have all the questions from our database displayed here on the browser. And as an admin, I can actually edit the question and I can delete the question. But right here in this demo, we're not going to cover the security part of this because we've gotten a lot of security videos right here on our channel that actually talk about security. So we can, I'm going to leave some of the links below this video so that if you want to know about security in Spring Boot and Java, you can actually follow those links to actually get some demos from our video, from our channel right here. So right here, this is our home page, and this is the admin menu. If there's a security, so this one is exclusively to admin. And right here, we can just go here to actually create a quiz. So this is the simple application we're going to create from end to end right here together. We're going to be creating this application as usual. We're going to do this as Java full stack application, which means we're going to be using Spring Boot as the back end, and we're going to use Reactjs as the front end. Okay, guys, I'll just grab a cup of coffee and sit with me, and let's take a ride together as we get into our IDE to actually get this application created. Let's go in and get it done. Okay, so now we are on IntelliJ. What we're just going to do here, as usual, we're just going to generate a brand new project using the Spring Initializer. So this one, I'm just going to call Quiz Online. And then we're going to use Maven. And here we're just going to change this to our domain. Daily code work. And so yeah, So now we're just going to go next. We're just going to leave this one on Java 17. Let's move next. So here we're going to have the Lombok, and here we're going to have the JPA. We're going to have the web, and I'm going to have my SQL. So we're going to have MySQL. And what else do we need? We have the Spring Web, we have JPA, we have MySQL, we have Lombok. Basically, I think this is just all we need right now. So let's click on Create. And this one here, I'm just going to open on the same window. Okay, so see that our project has been generated. So I'm just going to click close this one down, and I'm going to remove this from here. So let's open up our project, and right here we're just going to go, I'm going to go to the POM file, and I'm going to make this one a full screen for a moment. So let's zoom in. So this is our POM file, our dependencies that we've just selected. But apart from these dependencies, I'm going to add 2 more dependencies here. So I'm just going to paste these 2 dependencies here, these 2 here. And this one here is for validation purpose, because we're going to validate some of our input. And this one here is Jackson data binder, right? So just try to get these 2, or you can just follow the link. There's a link below this video that actually leads to where you can get this our POM file as a starter dependencies, right? So you can just get this dependencies from there. You just download the file and get this one here. And after this, now we're going to refresh. So here, just come here and refresh and reload the dependencies. So we can see that this dependencies is actually reloading. And now it has finished reloading, right? So here, I'm just going to close this down. And the next thing I'm going to do here before we move on, we're just going to open up our, we're going to open up our project, and we're going to open up our resource application file, application properties, and then I'm going to just bring in some properties here. So as usual, this is the properties we'll be using. So this is the name of the database, Quiz Online, and this is just the few properties we'll be using from here. So you can just pause the video and write this as usual. So now I'm going to close this down. So the next thing we're going to do here is to come here and create some packages and some classes. So the next thing we're going to do here is to right click on this here, and then new, and create some packages. So the first package I'm going to create here is the model. The next here is service. So next is going to be repository. And the last one here, I think, is going to be the controller. All right, so here we have the controller, we have this, we have this, we have this. So the next we're just going to create now is now we're going to start creating our classes. All right, so now we're going to right click on this model class, and we're going to create a class called, and this class we're just going to call quiz. Maybe question. We're going to call this class question. Right? Question. And I'm going to make this one a full screen for the moment. And now in our question class, we just need a few attributes. So here we'll have private, the ID, the question itself, the subject, question type, and the next one we're going to have here. So now we have the ID, the question itself, the subject of the question, and the question type. So the next one we're going to have here is the option question, the options, the choices, right? Which are the options. So here I'm going to have private, and this one here we're going to have the list of options, right? List of choices. So here we're going to have the list of string, and this one we're going to call choices, right here, like so. And yeah, so the next one we're going to have is the correct answer, the list of correct answer, because we're going to have the list. The reason why it's a list is because some of our questions are going to be radio button, and some of our questions are going to be multiple answer, like check boxes, right? So we're going to have array of questions of correct answers. So we'll have private, this one is a class, and this one I'm going to say correct answers. All right, so now because we're going to be having choices, because we have multiple choices, and we're going to have a list of correct answers. So now we're going to create a separate table for this and a separate table for this, right, in our database. So we're going to have the question. So this question is going to have its own database table, and we're going to have the choices is its own table, and correct answers is its own table. So now we're going to use the Hibernate mapping to actually map this one here to have a separate table for this. So now we're going to have the element collection, this one here, and also I'm just going to also copy this here and paste it below this one here. So this one will actually map all the questions to a separate, or the choices and the correct answers to a separate table. It's just like many to one or many to many, right? But this one right here, because we are not using our own entity, right? We are using the string entity, the string class. So it's not our own. So we just want to map this one here. This annotation actually is used for mapping of strings, right? Okay, so now because last time, remember, we have the validation, the validation dependency right here, this one here. I'm going to make this one. So right here we have this validation here. So we're going to validate some of our classes. Sorry, this one here, some of our not classes, some of our attributes. So now the question must not be none. So we're just going to say at not blank. So in case you are not getting this annotation, make sure you have that dependency in your POM file, because that is where this one is coming from. So just going to paste this one here, and also we're going to paste this one here, right? And this one here, actually you have the option to actually define a message. You can just define a message here, and anything you want to say here, you can just define any message here. Maybe questions must not be empty, or question, you must provide question. I mean, stuff like that. But I'm just going to leave this one empty. So we're going to define our validation right at the front end, where we get to the front end, or the validation messages, right? Okay, so right now I'm going to have the same thing here. The options must not be empty. We must have options, and we must have correct answers, right? So this is just all we need to do here. So now let's convert this Peugeot to JPA entity by using the entity annotation from Jakarta. And now we're going to use some Lombok annotations to get rid of getter and setters. Oh, sorry. Okay, so that is just all we need here. Now we're going to, let's define the primary key. So we're going to have at ID and at generated value. So we're going to set the strategy to identity. This one here. Yeah, that's all we need. So this is all we need right here in our entity class. All right, so now I'm going to close this down. We'll close this down, and also I'm going to close this down, the dependencies. Okay, so the next one we're going to do here, let's go to our service package and create an interface. This one is going to be an interface. So this one I'm going to say I question service. Is that correct? Service. I question service. So an interface. I'm just going to click on enter. So I'm going to make this one a full screen in a moment. Here and zoom in. And now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to actually we're going to define all the method we're going to be using right here. So here, the first method we're going to have here is a method to actually create a new question. So this one's just going to say question. Sorry, quest. Create question. Or maybe just say add. I'll just say create question. Create question, and here we're going to have the object question, and the next one we're going to create is the one to actually list all questions we got in the database. We will have list question, get all questions. So let's do the import. So the next one we're going to have is the one to actually find a single question by ID. So here we're going to have optional question. And then we're going to say get question by ID, get question by ID. And then we're going to pass in the ID of the question. And after this, we're going to have the one to actually get, we're going to create a method to actually get all existing subjects from the database, because we're going to make the use of this at the front end to populate some of our controls later. So right here, we're just going to say list. So it's going to be list of strings, and then we'll say get all subjects. Get all subjects. And the next one here is the one to update. So here we're going to have question, update question. And then we're going to pass in the ID of the question we're going to update and the body of the question that we want to update. So the next one we're going to do here is is the one to actually delete a question. So we're going to say delete. Delete question. And here we're going to pass in the question ID. And the other one here, remember last time we were doing the demo, a user can, before the user start the quiz, you're going to select a subject, and also you're going to select the number of questions you would like to answer. So we're going to define the method that's going to do that for us right now. So we have the list of question and get questions for user, and then we're going to pass in the number of question, which is the number that the user will enter as integer, number of questions, and then we're going to pass in the subject, which is string, the string subject. All right. So I'm going to zoom this in out a little bit and just terminate. Okay, so this is all we just need to do here in this service. So now in this question service, so now let's create the implementer to actually implement the service, the class that will actually implement this or this method we created here. All right, so now we're going to create a class to actually implement all this method we've just defined. So here I'm just going to say question service, and I'm going to hit on enter, and then I'm just going to make this on the full screen for a moment and zoom in so we can actually see what we're doing clearly here. And straight ahead, we're just going to implement the question service we've created, question service, and then we're going to implement all the method we've defined in there. So just click on OK, and we got everything here. Cool, right? All right, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, so it should be too big. So the first one we're going to do here, but before we continue, we're going to come here to create a repository. So we're going to say question repository. Question repository. And question repository. This one actually is going to be an interface. So just hit on enter. And this one here, we're going to make this one Spring Bean by not implement, actually it's extend, not interface, extend interface. So I'm going to extend this JPA repository, and here we have a question, and the ID of the question is of type long, right? So this is just what we have here. So now we're going to do the import. Yeah, this one actually is coming from our own daily code work. So here I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and then I'm going to close this one down for now. So having done this, now we're going to bring in the objects. We're going to take a hold of this repository we just created. So I'm just going to say private finder question repository. We're just going to say question repository, right? And this one here, we're going to do constructor injection. So we're going to use the Lombok annotation. Required all ag constructors. Require ag constructor, right? And before we forget, we're just going to make this one here a service. So make it a Spring Bean service. Okay, cool. And now this one here is the method that will actually create new questions. So what we're just going to do here is to return question repository dot save. So we're just going to say dot save, and we'll pass in the question dot save question, right? So this one is out of the way. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually get all the questions from the database. We're just going to say return repository dot find all. Just like that, this one is out of the way. And now we're going to implement the one that we actually get the question by ID. So here we're just going to say return question repository dot find by ID, and then we just pass in the ID of the question. So this one also is out of the way. So the next one we're going to create, we're going to implement is this one here, that will actually get all existing subject from the database. But this one here, we're going to have a custom implementation in our repository. So here we're just going to say question repository dot find, and this one here we're going to make it distinct, so that there shouldn't be duplicate, right? Distinct subject, and then we're going to pass in this one is find distinct subject. Okay, so now let's create this one here in our repository class. Repository interface. So I'm just going to remove this from here, and we're going to come back here in a moment. So actually we're going to create a customized query that is going to do this one for us. So right here, where are we? Right here. So this one is out of the way. So the next one we're going to create here is the one that will actually update question, right? So here we're going to find the question that we're going to update. So for that, we're just going to say optional question, and here we're going to say the question equals repository. Actually, we're going to make use of this one we just got here. What is it? This find question by ID. That's what we're just going to use here. So it's just going to say equals find question. Well, it's not find, it's get question by ID. We're just going to pass in the ID right here, and then we're going to check if the question actually exists. So if the question is present, we're just going to have question I'm just going to say this one. I'm just going to say Q or quest. I'm just going to say quest. Don't want the name to clash. So just say quest equals the question dot get. Now the reason why we're just doing this is that I don't want to be using the extra get when from that henceforth. So I just want to take this one in here and just convert it to a plain one here. So now what we're just going to do here is to come back here to say the question. Here we're going to say but meanwhile this name, I want to make this name meaningful. So what I'm just going to do here is to I'm going to say this one as the question, this one question, let's just say updated question, updated question, like so. So now we're just going to get this updated question, updated dot set. So we're going to set the question, updated question dot set question. So here we're just going to say question. So here we're just going to say question dot get question, right? This one here. And the next one we're going to do here is to set the choices, updated dot set choices. So we're going to say question dot get choices, and then we're going to set the correct answer. Set correct answers. Question dot get correct answer. And then we're going to actually save this one to a database. So we're going to say return repository dot save updated question. This one here. So we're just going to save this one here and return. Else we're going to throw so here we're going to go out of the if and say else. So I'm going to remove this one here. Throw new. I don't want to create any custom exception class. This one, so I'm just going to add throw the exception right here. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here to update question right here. So we actually have the question, the choices, and the correct answer, right? So note here we didn't include the type, we didn't include the question type, but we can actually include the question type and everything we want to update. But just in this one here, I just want to update only the question, the choices, and the correct answer. But you have the option also, because everything is here, so you have the option to actually add the type, the question type, because you want to change the type and so on and so forth, right? Okay, so the next one we're going to do here is the delete. So this one is a straightforward one, so we're just going to say here and call repository dot delete by ID. Delete this question by ID, we'll just pass in the ID. Okay, so the last one we're going to implement here is the one that actually gets the question for the user. So when the user selects the subject they want to take the quiz, and the number of questions they want to take. So this is the method that we actually do that fetching for us, right? So here we're going to we're just going to use the pagination so that we can actually pageable, so that we can actually get exactly the number of questions that the user requested. So for example, we have 100 questions in our database. We don't need to fetch the whole of 100 questions, right? So we just want to fetch 5 questions or 10 questions that the user actually requested for, right? So that's just what we want to do here. Okay, so here we're going to have the pageable. We'll have pageable. This one here. Call this pageable equals page request dot off. So here we're going to pass in the number of questions the user wants to answer. So here we just want to get in the number of questions right here, and then we're going to come down here to actually return. So we're going to say return repository dot find by subject, find by subject. So this one also is going to be subject. So this is a custom method that we're going to create right now in our database. So here we're just going to pass in the subject, not our database, in our repository. Then we're just going to have the pageable. So we're going to go ahead and say get content. So this is all we need to do here. And then we're just going to remove this extra return right here. Okay, there is a problem here. I think there's a wrong, wait, cast, no, there's a wrong import somewhere. we got the wrong import. Okay, this one is wrong. What? I'm supposed to take this one from Spring. So let's do this again. Import class. This should be coming from Spring. Yeah, okay, we got it right now. It's coming from Spring framework. All right, now let's create this class in our repository right here. But this one actually is going to be, it's not going to be, we're going to change this one here to page, right? So I'm going to say page, sorry. So I'm going to say page, and down here, from here, I'm going to take this one from here, and then we're going to say question. Okay, so okay, I hope this one actually comes from, okay, this is the page here, domain data from Spring Framework. Okay, that's correct. So this is all we just need to do right here. So here we have the subject, and we have the number, the number of page that we actually are going to fetch for the user. Okay, so this one is done. So now in this one here, before we leave here, we're just going to go here. If we go here, we'll see that we have finished implementing all our method right here, right? We finished all our method. So now let's go to our repository right here to write the custom query that is going to fetch this thing for us. We're just going to shift enter to move to the next line. So now we're just going to have @query, auto import @query. Okay. All right. So just going to pass in the string. So we're going to say select distinct, right? Distinct question, the subject. So we don't want duplicates, so we just want to select the distinct subject. For example, if we just Java or Python or C++ or C#. Okay, so from question, I was going to say from question this Q right here, and then let's do this import. Okay. All right, so this is just all we need to do here to actually get all our distinct subject from the database. Okay, so now we are done with this. We have done with all this one here. We are done with our service layer and our repository implementation. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to go to the controller, is to create a controller where we can actually consume all this thing we have created. So let's create our controller. All right. So now let's go ahead and create the controller to consume all the method we have created in our service layer. So right here, I'm just going to right click on this controller package and create a new class. And this one we're just going to call question controller. Question controller. And then I'm going to make this on the full screen and zoom in a little bit. So the first thing we're going to need here is our service, the question service. We're going to make this one final because we're going to use the constructor injection. So we're going to make final, and then we're going to bring in the Lombok annotation to actually do this injection for us. So we're going to have @rest controller, and also we're going to have @request mapping. So here we're just going to say API, and this one we're going to call quiz. We'll call quiz, right? Well, we're going to call quizzes. Quizzes, right? Okay. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, the first method we're going to create here is the one to actually add a new question to the database. So we're going to have public response entity, this one here, response entity, and this one we're going to have question. And here we're going to have the question object. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit so we can actually see everything clearly what we're doing here. And now we're going to make sure the question body is valid. Again, if you, here we're using the @valid annotation. So in case you cannot find this, you don't get this this annotation, you cannot find this annotation, just make sure you have the validation dependency in your POM file. This one here, what is it? This one here. So make sure you have this dependency right in your POM file, because this is the dependency that is actually providing us all this validation annotation we are using, right? Okay, so I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. So we use the @valid, and then we're going to request the body @request body, this one here, @request body. So let's go inside the body. So what we're just going to do here is to actually create question. Can you see this? Let me zoom in a little bit. I want to make sure you are seeing everything very bold and clear. So have question, and this one we're just going to say created question equals repository. Oh no, this is service, not repository. Of course, that create service that create question, right? So we're going to pass in the question right here, and then we're going to return back to the front end the question we've just created. So we're going to say response entity dot okay, and we'll get the body, and then we're going to say created question, right? This one here, this one here is status. We're going to change it to status, and in here we'll have the status code, the status, HTTP status, right? HTTP status. This one here, dot created, this one here, and we're going to go up here, say dot body, and inside the body we're going to have the created question right here. So have created question. Okay, so it was out of the way, but meanwhile I just want to make this one a static import. Let's make this one a static import, and yep. And before we move ahead, let's just going to annotate this one here. Let's define the HTTP method. So this one is at post, right? So this one we're just going to say new, right? So quizzes, new question. I'm just going to say new question, new quest. Or I'm just going to say create question, right? Create new question. Create new question, right? So this is just all we need to do here. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually get all the questions we have in our database. So we'll say public response entity. So this one actually is going to respond with a list of questions. So we're going to say get all questions. Get all questions, right? Okay. Oh, sorry. We're going to go inside the body. So I'm just going to create a list of questions. List questions. We're going to say questions, right? Equals service dot get all questions, and then we're going to return response entity, return response entity dot okay, and here we're just going to have all questions. We have questions, return back the questions. Okay, so this one is out of the way. So before we move ahead, we're just going to come here to say this one is get mapping, and we're just going to say all questions. All questions. All right, and that is out of the way. So the next one we're going to create is the one that we actually find. The one that we actually find a question by ID. So we're going to say public, and this one we're going to say response entity as well. So this one is going to respond with one question, right? Get question by ID. And this one here we're going to do, we're going to set it as the path variable. There is the typo. So this one is going to be a path variable, a path variable. And in here we're just going to try to get the question. So we're going to say right here, because it's an optional, so we'll say optional. Here we're going to have the question. The question equals service dot get question by ID. We just pass in the ID right here. And after that, now we're going to check. So if the question is present, I'm just going to return response entity dot okay, and then we just pass in the question. Question that gets s through not found, new not found exception. This one here, and I'm going to add this one. I'm just trying to make this one a static import. Let's see. Okay, let's leave it like that if you want to accept. Okay, so this one is out of the way. Meanwhile, this one also is going to be, let me just do some copy and paste exercise. So this one is going to be quizzes question slash, then we're going to get the ID of the question right in here, the ID, right, as the path variable. Okay, so the next one we're going to create is the one to actually delete, to actually update the question, right? So here we have the one to get the question by ID, the one to get all questions, and the one to create a new question. So now let's get the one that will actually update the question, right? So I'm going to say public response entity, and this one is going to have the question. It's going to have the question, and I'm going to say updates. Oh, sorry, update question, and then we're going to pass in the ID as the path variable. So we're going to say at path variable. So here we're going to have long ID, and now we're going to request the body as well. Request body, this one here. What is it? At request body, and then we're going to just pass in the question object. Question. What happened here? Oh, as response. This is at request. Sorry. This is request. Yes, request body. All right, so I'm going to break this down so we can see everything clearly. So let me just go inside the body of the method. So right here, we're just going to, first thing we're going to do here is to have the question that we want to update. The question equals service dot get the question by ID. What is it? Dot get dot okay. Here this one is yeah, dot update, because we're actually getting, let's go here. Where's the updates? Okay, here we are doing all the logic here already. So I make an error here. So this one here actually is not we're not trying to get the question here, but actually we are trying to get the updated question in our database, right? We're actually sending this one here to the database to be updated. Then we're going to return it back after the update, right? So here we're just going to say question.update question. We're going to pass in the ID and the question, just like that. What happened? Add a section. Okay, because because we're actually throwing this guy here. So okay, so how we've done this now, we're just going to do here is to return the updated question. So we're just going to say return response entity dot okay. Then here we're just going to say the question, or I'm just going to make this one clear for us. So we're just going to say updated question. Updated question. So we should try to remember, we have to try as much as possible to name your variables and method according to what they are doing, so it will be easier to read. So anyone that just sees the name of your variable or the name of your method will actually automatically know what they are made for, right? And so now this one is actually a put mapping, and right here we're going to have the ID as path variable slash update. Okay, so this is just all we need right here. This is all we need here. Now the next one we're going to do here is the one that we actually delete the question from the database. So let's go here. How many have we implemented? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's get the one that we actually delete the question from the database. So let's say public response entity. Response entity, this one's going to be void. We'll say delete question. And right here, we're going to pass in the ID of questions to be deleted as the path variable. Path. So straight ahead, we're just going to call this service to delete the question. Just pass in the ID. And then we're going to return nothing. So we're going to say return response entity. Response entity dot no content. So build. Okay, and this one here is going to be at delete mapping. And here we're just going to pass in the ID right here. Slash delete. Okay, so it was out of the way. So the next one we're going to create here is the one that will actually get all the subjects from the database, right? Okay, so next we're going to create the next one we're going to create is the one that will actually get all the subjects from our database. So here we're just going to have the public, and this one we're going to say response entity as well. Response entity. So here, and this one we're going to say string because we're going to get all the subjects from the database, right? So we're going to say get all subjects. Sorry, what am I doing? Get all subjects, right? And then we're just going to go inside here to get a list that will actually hold this for us. Subjects equals service dot get subjects, and then we're going to return response entity dot okay, and we're going to pass in the subjects. All right, what happened here? Okay, so this one was supposed to have, so I made a mistake here, so we'll have a list of string because not one string, not one subject, it's a list of subjects, so a list of string coming from here. Okay, so this one here is get mapping, and right here we're just going to say quizzes slash subjects. Yeah, subjects. All right, so the next one we're going to do here is the one that will actually fetch the query from the database based on the subject and the number of questions that the user actually selected for a quiz, to start a quiz, right? So right here we're just going to have the public response entity, and this one here is going to be a list of questions, right? List, oh sorry, it's supposed to be list of questions, right here. And then we're going to say get questions, get questions for user. And then we're going to pass in the number of questions and the subject. So this one here are going to be at request param. So this one we're going to be integer. So we're going to say number of question. Oh, sorry, this number of questions. And then we're going to pass in the string subject. And this one also is, let me break this down. It's getting too long, it's going out of screen. So this one also is going to be a request param. At request param. And now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually get the list. Questions. All questions. Because service dot get questions for user. Then here we pass in the number of questions and the subject. All right. Let me zoom out a little bit. So down below we're going to have another list container. We're going to explain what we're doing here when I'm done. Questions, and here we'll have mutable questions equals new array list. We're going to pass in all the questions right here. And after this here, we also just do the collections. The shuffle. Then we're going to pass in the mutable questions right here. And after this here, we're going to come down here to have int available questions equals math dot main. And here we're going to have number of questions. Then we're going to have the mutable questions right here dot size. Dot size right here. And here we'll have another list container. Question. Random questions equals mutable dot sublist 0 and available questions. This one here. Then after this, now we're just going to return. Return response entity dot OK. Then we'll have the random questions right in here, and we stop here. And this one also is going to be get mapping, so we're just going to say at get mapping. So we're just going to say fetch questions for user. right? So this is just all we need to do here. So now let's quickly go through what we've just done here. Now the reason why here we have all this one here is because like last time we have the demo when we are having the quiz. If the questions are going randomly, right? For example, if the quiz is finished and I want to retake the question again, the question is going to be randomized. So the previous number one is not going to be number one anymore, right? Just like the demo we had last time. And now what we are using to do it here is this shuffle here, this one here, right? We try to shuffle the questions so that it will be randomized where it's coming out. And meanwhile, this one here, this collection we are getting here from the database is unmutable, is immutable, right? It cannot be mutated. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that if, for example, because the user is going to choose a number of questions. Now, if, for example, the user choose 20 questions, and it happens that we don't have up to 20 questions based on the subject selected by the user, we're going to have a kind of error, unfortunately. We're not going to have any questions to be returned to the front end. So that is why we try to mutate what we get here and shuffle. And then after shuffle these things here, then here we're going to grab the number of the question the user entered. And then we're going to actually get those questions out of there. That is size of the mutable, that's the number of the question that the user actually has requested to get. And right here we actually just try to randomize. Right here we get random questions from the mutated ones, and we actually pick all the available questions from the database, and from the available questions we just display. So that means even if we have 2 questions in the database on that subject and the user entered 5 questions, we're just going to display the 2 questions to the user. So that was what happened last time when we entered Python. We have only 1 question for Python, but when I tried to request for 5 questions, but we got 1 question. So if we don't mutate this question right now, last time as I requested for 5 questions, we are not going to get anything from the database, right? Because we don't have up to 5 questions in the database. So, but if we try to mutate it like this, then even though we don't have up to the amount of questions the user requested, we're just going to display the available questions we have on that subject in the database. So that is just what we have done right here. And this one here actually brings us to the end of the back end operation implementation. So now before we move to the front end, we're just going to run our project. Let's see what we have gotten up to this stage, so that if there is any error, we'll just fix them before we move to the front end. So for that right here, I'm going to, let's cross check our properties right here. So this one here, we have updates right here. And this one here, this is the database, but I'm just going to change this one to create right here. And this is the name of our database. So let's go, before we run this one here, let's go to SQL Workbench to actually create this schema. So make sure this schema actually exists in your SQL Workbench. So I'm going to off all this. I'm going to remove all this, and then we're going to create a new schema right here. And we'll just paste this one in and apply, and finish. Okay, so right here we have where is the schema? Okay, here let's make it default. Okay, so right here we have nothing in our table. We got no tables, right? So let's go back to IntelliJ to run this project. So I'm going to close all this down. I'm just going to right click to close all tabs. So now let's run the question. Let's run our project, not the question. So let's run our project and actually see what we got up to this stage. Okay, right here we see that our project has started running, and the table has been created right here. So this error is just as a result of altering the table and just try to map the primary and primary key to the different destinations. So now let's go to our SQL Workbench and let's refresh. So this is our database. So now let's open up the table. So this is the question, And right here we have the ID, which is the question ID, the question itself, the question type, and the subject. And now we have another table here. So this one is getting the question ID and the choices for that question, right? And the last one here is the question ID and the correct answers. So this is based on the mapping we did last time. So I'm just going to remove this. So this one actually based on the mapping we did last time in this one here in the entity right here. Yeah. Yeah. So this one is based on the annotation we actually used here last time that actually created these tables for us to actually that has done all these ones for us right here. Okay, so now we see that our project, our back end is completed, so we don't have time to waste on Postman. So we're just going to move straight to our front end and generate our React front end and create the form directly. So we just start testing our project directly in the browser. So let's go there and get it done. All right, so now that we have run our project successfully and we can see that our table has been created. So this is the question, and these are the choices, and these are the correct answers, right? So right here we have gotten 3 tables created in our back end, in our database. So now it's right time for us to move to the front end to start generating the front end components. So right here we have this VS Code open right in front here. Now I'm just going to go to the terminal by using Windows. I'm just going to press the command and backtick, and then we go to a new terminal. So what I'm just going to do right here, now we are inside this empty folder I've created here called Quiz Online. So right here, I'm just going to generate a brand new project by using Vite, right? So I'm just going to say npm create Vite at latest. And I'm just going to hit on enter. Now the reason why I'm trying to use Vite is because using Vite is more straightforward. So we just have the file, the folders we need. So there's no point generating too many unneeded code or folders. So right here we see project name. So I'm just going to enter the project name as Quiz Online. So I'm just going to say quiz, Quiz Online, and I'm going to add client. Client, and then I'm going to hit on enter. So right here we are using React, and we're going to use JavaScript. And now our project has been, our project skeleton has been generated. So what we're just going to do here is to cd into this directory and install, npm install, and run the project for us to see our home page, the initial home page. So now I'm going to cd into this quiz, and I'm going to run npm install just as directed up there, npm install. So this one is actually going to install all the dependencies we need for our project. So let's give it some time to actually get our project ready for us. All right, so we can see that our project has finished installing. So the next thing we're going to do here is just to run npm run, npm run dev. So this one is going to actually run our project, so whereby we can just go to our browser to actually view our initial home page. So now we're just going to follow this link, and right here we're going to, this is our initial home page, the initial home page of our project, right? Okay, so now our project, we have successfully generated a brand new React project. So let's go back to VS Code. What I'm just going to do here, I'm going to leave this the terminal running, and I'm going to add a new terminal here. And this one here is the one we're going to be using to install all the necessary dependencies as we go along. So here, I'm just going to cd into our project directory and just keep it ready like this. And now I'm going to just close this. Though closing this the terminal will still be running, right? So I'm just going to close this down. So now this is our project that we have successfully created. And in here, I'm just going to right click here. I'm just going to right click here and create a new file called component. Maybe we can just create from here, or you can right click, but I'm going to create this a new folder right here. And this folder I'm going to call components. Components. Is that correct? Yeah, components. And inside this components, we're going to have a couple of other components, right? So the first one we're going to create here is we're going to create the layer. So I'm just going to click on this and create layout. Layout. And again, I'm going to create another one right here. And this one we're going to call question. Question. And another one here we're going to create, we're going to call question. We're going to call this one quiz. Quiz. So right here we have the layouts, we have question, we have quiz, and then we're going to create another one. This one we're going to call util. Utils. Okay, I believe these are just the project. These are just the folders we need right now. And now the next thing we're going to do here is to start. So the next thing we're going to do here is to start creating some components inside these different folders. So the first thing we're going to do here is I'm going to go to the layout, create a new file, and this one I'm going to call navbar. Navbar.jsx. I'm just going to close this one, and the next one here I'm going to go to the question and create a new component. So this one I'm going to call this one add question. Add question.jsx. Update question. Update question.jsx. And now I'm going to go to the quiz right here. So we're going to create a component called quiz right here. Just here. Sorry. Right here. So we're going to create quiz.jsx. And the other one we're going to create right here is get all quiz. Or quiz.jsx. And the next one we're going to create here a component called quiz stepper. Quiz stepper.jsx. And another one we're going to create here is quiz results. Quiz results.jsx. And another one we're going to create here. So here we have all quiz, get all quiz. We have the quiz itself, we have quiz result and quiz stepper. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think this is what we need right here right now. So another one we're going to create here, we're going to go to the util package, and here I'm going to create a component called quiz service. Quiz service.jsx. And the second one here I'm going to create, we're going to say subjects.jsx. Okay, so I think this is just all we need right now. And the next one we're going to create here, I'm just going to go here and inside this component, I'm just going to create a component called home. This one is going to be outside every other folder, right? So I'm just going to create a component here. I'm going to call this one home.jsx. Yeah. So this is just all we need. And I think one or more we need is right here. I'm going to go here. And right here, I'm going to create a component called, this one I'm going to call answer. Answer options. Answer options.jsx. All right, so these are the ones we need right now. If there's any one we need as time goes on, as we are going along, we're going to get them created one after the other. Okay, so now we have generated our project and we have created all our components, most of the components that we're going to be using in this project. So we're going to start implementing these components one after the other. So the first one we're going to implement here is this very one here, this quiz service. But meanwhile, I'm going to just right click on this and close all open tabs so that our workspace will be cleared off. So now I'm just going to reopen this one, this quiz service, and I'm going to make this one a full screen. So now in this class here, this very component is where we're going to create all the functions we're going to use in our project right here in this component. Now the first thing we're going to do here using Windows, I'm going to press the command backtick to go back to our terminal. And for this, now we're going to install the first dependency we're going to install is Reactjs, because that is what we're going to use to do our REST code to our backend. So here I'm just going to say npm install Reactjs, and just hit on enter. Yeah, so we can see that Reactjs has been installed. So let's go to I'm going to just close this down. So if we go to our package.json, let's open this for the first time. Now we're going to see that we have the dependencies we have here. These are just the dependencies we have here for now. We have the React DOM, we have the React itself, and plus the Reactjs we've just installed a few seconds ago, this one here. So these are the only dependencies we have here right now. So as time goes on, we're going to be coming here to install all the dependencies we need one after the other. So I'm going to close this down, and I'm going to go back here and open this, and I'm going to make this one a full screen. So right here, the first thing we're going to create here is we're going to create our base URL right here. So I'm just going to say export const API. We call this one API equals Reactjs.create. Reactjs.create, this one here. This actually not what I want to do. Just Reactjs.create. So here we're going to have and this object right in here. But meanwhile, we're going to do this import so we can actually get what we want. Let's do the import. The suggestion, so let's just go up here and do it manually. I'm going to say import Reactjs from from Reactjs right here. So that's just all we need. And now in here we're just going to create a base URL. So here we're going to have http// localhost sorry, so this colon localhost, and the port in our back end, remember last time was 9192, right? 9192, this one here, /API/. Let's go back to IntelliJ to see what we actually got here. So right here in our back end, the controller here, we have /API/quizzes, right? So I'm just going to grab this one here and go right here and just paste it here. So this one here is our base. It's going to serve as our base URL. Now the first function we're going to create is the one to actually create a new question to our database. So let's say export create question. And this one here, we're just going to say question. We're just going to say quiz question. Quiz question, right? And then we're going to, sorry, what am I doing? So it's going to be a sync. And then we're just going to go inside the body of this function. And now here we're going to have the try cache. Have the try cache. And inside the try cache, we're going to have the const response. Response equals await API dot post, and in here we're going to have, so we have quizzes. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So this is the one to create, this is the API, this is the endpoint to create question. So this one here is what we just need. Come on. Going to have Ctrl Z. So this one here is what we just need, the one here. And we're going to go back to the front end. So we're going to have slash and just paste this one in here. So this one is going to evaluate to API, because this one here is carrying everything here already. So we're going to have API slash quizzes slash create new question, just like what we have right here, just like this one right here, right? So that's what we need. And now we're going to go here to, let me zoom this out a little bit, but it seems it's too bigger. So we're just going to go here to add the quiz question here. And then we're going to return response dot data, right? Then here we're going to cache error, and just going to go here to, we don't really have too much of things to do right now with caching of error. So we're just going to console log console.error dot, so right here we just pass in the error. This is console. I'm going to bring this up. So this is just all we need here. Then we're going to move down to create the function that will help us to fetch all the questions we've gotten in the database. Export const. So this one we're just going to say get all questions. Get all questions equals async and right in here we're going to just have the try and catch block. Const response equals await API.get and in here we're just going to, so let's go back to IntelliJ to see the endpoint that is getting all questions. So this one here is called all questions. So we're going to say slash all questions, right? And then we're just going to return this straightforward response dot data response dot data, and in here we're just going to say console dot error, if there's any error, just going to say error, and then we're going to return empty array. Okay, so this is all we need right here. So the next one we're going to create is the one to actually fetch the quiz based on what we define in our back end, right? So they want to fetch quiz when the user wants to play, wants to take a quiz. So we're going to have export const fetch quiz for user. And this one is going to take the number of quiz, just like the endpoint we declared last time at the back end, number of quiz, and the subject. And right here we're just going to have the try and catch block. So here we're going to say const response equals await API dot get. And here we're going to have the back tick right here. And the first we're going to do here is to this one here. So the next thing we're going to do here, I think I'm getting confused with, I forgot what we did at the back end. So let's go to the back end to see how we define the endpoint. Okay, here, this is the one we're trying to create right now. So here we have, okay, we will make a mistake here. We're going to just slash this here. So this will have the quizzes. We have quizzes and slash this, but I'm going to add another one here. I'm going to add slash quiz right here, the fetch quiz. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to copy the whole of this and move to the front end. So now we're just going to do here, we're going to paste this one here, quiz fetch questions for user. And now we're going to have the params. We declared some params here at the back end right last time. So here we have numbers of questions, right? To avoid mistakes, I'm just going to copy this. So I'm just going to paste this one here. And meanwhile, I'm going to break this one down so we can see what we're doing clearly. And now this one here, we're just going to have the $sign here. And so this one's going to be number, right? Number, this one up here. And after this, we're going to have the subject. So we're going to say and. Then we're going to go back here. What do we do at the back end? Okay, this one also is the subject. So we're just going to take the subject and move down here and say and subject equals $sign subject, right? Because the same thing up here. So we're just going to say subject, the one here. Just getting, let me just, okay, cool. So this is just all we need right here. So then we're going to go down to return response dot data, right? And we're going to move down to the error block, the catch block, sorry to say. So here we're just going to say console.error. And then return right here. Okay, so this one here, or just this this function we just created here, is the one to consume this one here we did here. Remember last time, this one here, if a user wants to take the quiz, the user has to enter to specify the subject on which they want to take the quiz, and the number of questions they want to enter. So that is what we defined last time. We got the questions and we created the mutable copy of this question of the list right here, and we shuffle with this one, with the collection of the shuffle, to actually determine the available questions in the database by using this main. So we determine the available questions, then from there we get the questions at random to the user based on the number of the questions they have, they ask of. So right here is the okay, so right here, the next one we're going to create is the function to actually get all subjects from the database. So we can use this subject to populate some of our controls in the form later on. So here I'm just going to have export as usual, const. So this one I'm just going to say get subject, get subjects. And we're just going to say try cache. And inside this here, we're just going to have the cost response equals await API.get get a subject. And this one here, let's move back to the back end again. So the functions to get all subjects. This is create all questions. This is get all questions. Get a question by ID. Update question. Delete question. Okay, here subjects. So just have quizzes / subjects, right? So this one here is just we're just gonna have this / subjects. And here we're just going to return response. Return response.data. And right here we're just going to have, we not really want to care about handling error right now. So we're just going to have console.error, and we're just going to pass in the error if there are any. Okay, so this is just all we need here to fetch all subjects from the database. And the next one we're going to do right here is the one to actually update questions. So here we're going to say export const update question, and then we're going to pass in the ID of the question and the question itself. Here sync. So the next thing we're going to do here is to, so in here we're just going to have the try and catch block. Try and catch block. Const response equals await API dot, this one is going to be put, API dot put, and then we're going to have the back tick here. And now let's go back here. There's the update. We have the slash, we have the slash ID and update. So just go back here again to what is happening here. API dot await, okay, await, and the get. So here we're just going to have the slash, we'll have the ID, and this one actually is going to be we're going to have the $sign here, this one here, and this one is the ID and slash updates, right? So this is just what we have at the back end right here. ID, that's quizzes, API slash quizzes slash ID slash the update. But meanwhile, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to have quiz, extra quiz here, that the quiz, the ID, the update. This makes more sense, right? So which means here I'm going to come here to say quiz. So it's going to be slash here, going to be slash quiz slash the ID of the quiz and slash ID again. Then we're just going to return the response. Return response dot data, response dot data. Then we go here to actually just console dot error. You have the error here if there are any. Okay, so this one is actually sorry, we omitted the question here. So I'm going to append the question. So we're just going to say question right here. Okay, so that is just all we need. And right here, the next one we're going to have, this one is the update. So the next one we're going to have here is the one to actually get a question by ID. So here we're just going to say export const get question by ID was a sync. Then we'll just pass in the ID of the question we want to get. Const response equals await API.get. Then we're going to have here the backtick. Then we're going to have quiz or maybe question slash, we're going to have the ID right here, which is the ID here. Okay, so that is just all we need, and we're just going to go down here to return what we got from the back end. Return response data. Actually, we're supposed to put this one here right in the try and catch block as usual. And I'm going to just move these ones in here, and I'll just go here to console error. So I think the last one we're going to create here, this is just what we need here. So the last one we're going to create here is the function to delete a question. Delete question, and we're going to pass in the question ID we're going to delete. Const response equals await API dot delete, and right here we're going to pass in the question ID we want to delete. And then we're going to go down here to just return anything we got from the database, right? So we're just going to return response. So if there's any error message at the back end, we're just going to return it here. And supposed to have the try and catch block here, just to catch some problems as they occur. So right here, we're just going to have console go error. Okay, so this is just all we have right now, but with this one here, I think we need to do some modifications at the back end. So let's go back to see. This one is to get, this one is to update, where is it? This is to update questions, and this one is to get a question by ID. Let's see how we define this. Get question by ID. Get question by ID. Okay, here we have get question by ID. We have question and we have ID. So here we have question, we have ID, right? Let's go to this delete. Let's see how we define it. So this one here is the delete. What is it? Delete. So we have ID, then we have delete again. But meanwhile, I just added question here, so we're going to have the question added here. So I'm going to have question. Question added, then the ID, then the delete. So here we have the question added, then the ID, then we have slash delete here. Slash delete. Okay, so now we are done with all the functions that we're going to be using in our project, and then it's time for us to move inside our project to start consuming these functions from their respective components. Okay, so now we have finished creating all the functions that we are going to be using in our application. But meanwhile, I noticed a mistake I made somewhere. Okay, right here, this update, we're supposed to put this one as question.quiz. Because actually we are not updating the quiz, actually we are updating the question, right? So it's not quiz. Right here at the back end, I'm going to do the same correction here. Right here, I'm just going to say question. Yeah, question. Okay, so now we are done with this. The next component we're going to be implementing is the add component. So let's go here. I'm going to close this down for, let me just leave it open. So I'm going to go to question, and we're going to start implementing this add question right here. So I'm going to make this on the full screen. And for this, what we're just going to do here is to generate our component. So here we generate our components, and now we're going to have a couple of state variables right here. Const question, set question, use state, and this one here we're just going to set empty string. Question type, set question type, use state, and this one we're going to make it single by default, just like the demo we had, right? And then after the question type, we'll have the choices, set choices, So this one we're going to set to an empty array. So the next one here is the correct answer. And this one also we're going to set to empty array. So we have choices, we have correct answers. And the next one we're going to have here is the subject. This is not what I want to do. So equals your state. So this one I'm going to set to empty string. So here also, like we said, if the subject is not yet in existence, so we want to have a provision whereby we can define a new subject, right? So here we're going to have const new subject. New subject. And we'll have set new sub equal use state, and also it's going to be an empty string at the initial state. And the last one we're going to have here is the subject options. Maybe question options, right? We're going to say const. And now we're going to have subject, subject, set subject, set subject options equals use state. And this one we're going to have set to empty array as well, the initial state. So that's what the all this one here are just what we need. We just make it. We try to set them separately. The question type, the choice, the correct answers, the subject, and the new subject if it doesn't exist, and the new subject options, right? Okay. So now the first one we're going to create after doing all this. Now the first one we're going to create, the first function we're going to create here is the function to actually fetch all the subjects from the database, because we're going to fetch all the subjects that we have in the database to actually populate this subject select control we're going to create in a moment. So now the first one we're going to have here is the one to actually fetch our subject, right? So we're going to say fetch subjects, fetch subjects equals async and in here we're going to have the try catch block. Have const subject data equals await. Then we're going to call the get subject from the back end, from the one we just created right here. Get subject, right? This one here. I think this is the correct one. Get subject. Where is the import? Yeah, from the util service. Get subject. So this one is just the one we need. Get subject. We'll just come back here to set subject. Set subject, then we're going to just fix this one here to here, get subject, set subject option right here. Then here we're going to just set to what we get from the database, right? So we're going to say subject data, and then we're going to go in here, just console dot error. All right, so I'm just going to, now the next one we're going to create, the next one we're going to create here is the one to actually handle add choice. Const handle add choices equals async async. And now inside here, what we're just going to have here is to say const last choice, because we're going to be adding the choices on the basis of ABC, the alphabet, right? And also we're going to save the correct answer based on the alphabet, which is A, B, or C, or D, or E. It depends on the length of the options, right? So we're going to have this equals choices. Oh, sorry. Equals choices. Choices dot length -1 const last choice later equals last choice. So if there is previous choice, so we can say last choice that car at 0 s. Oh, sorry. Else we have A right here. Const new choice later equals string dot from code. And here we'll have last choice later dot yes code at, then we'll have this one at 0. I'm going to make this one zoom this out a little bit at 0 plus 1. All right. So the next one we're going to do here is we're going to fix this one. We're going to come out here, say const new choice equals, we're going to have $sign here. So here we're going to have the new choice later right here. then plus the period, and then we're going to go down here to set choices, and then we're going to spread the one we've gotten before, and we're going to add the new choice just here. So this one I'm going to spread it 1 2 3, so we can add the new choice here. Okay, so we're having something here, having error. Okay, sorry, this one's supposed to be uppercase. So that's all we have there. Then the next one we're going to create here is the one to actually handle remove choice. Now what we just did here, quick rundown of this here, because here we're going to have like the form, like the demo we had, you know, we're going to have when we define a question, then we're going to add the options, the choices, because it's a multiple choice question. Then we'll add one, there's a button we're going to click, add choice, add choice, add choice. Now this one here is going to be adding on the basis of A, B, C. So the first one is A, the second one is B, the next one is C, so on and so forth. So that's just all we try to do here. So the first one is A, then the next one here, we're going to add this one here, which is last choice here, last choice letter, which is this one here, last choice letter, plus 1, which is, if it is A, it's going to be B, if it is B, it's going to be C, right? So that's what we just did here. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually remove the choice if we want to remove. So we're going to say handle remove choice equals index. Then here we're just going to set choices. I'm sorry. So this set choices. So we're going to say choices dot filter, and so here we're going to have the index, so I'm just going to say I dot equal index. So in case we want to remove, we add choice, and we want to remove the choice. That's what to remove the text box. For choice, just remove. Now we're going to add another function to actually, when the choice is changed, so just this one we're going to say const handle choice change, because we'll have index, and we're going to have the value, index and the value right here. And inside this, we're just going to set choices. So here we're going to have choices dot map, so here we're just going to have this. So we're going to say I equal index, then return value x turn choice right here. And the next one we're going to create is the one to actually handle the correct answer changed. So I'm going to say const answer changed, correct answer change equals index and value set correct answers dot map answer and right here we're just going to have index, then get the value as answer. Okay, so this one here is just have to handle the choice change, and this one is to handle the correct answer change, right? This one is going to be changed right here. Okay, so the next one we're going to create here is the one to actually handle the correct answers. Const handle correct answers, correct answer. So we're going to say set correct answers. They're going to spread what we have. Correct answers, and this one here is going to be an array of correct answers right here. And the next one we're going to create here is to handle remove correct answer. Const handle remove a correct answer index, sorry, and in here we're just going to set correct answers, dot filter answer I, and so here we're just going to say I not equal index. All right, so that's all we need to remove correct answer. And then the next one we're going to create here is the function to actually handle when the submit button is clicked. So you're going to say const handle submit equals a sync event So what we just need to do here is the first thing we're going to do here is to prevent the default propagation, prevent the default behavior of the form submit. e.prevent default. And right here, we're going to have the try and catch block. Const results equals, so we're going to bundle everything here inside this result object. So here we're just going to say question, we're going to have question type, so here, and then we're going to have choices, and we're going to have correct answer. So this one here will have the question type, the choices, just like this one here. What is it? This ones will have the state variables we declare up here. So that's what we're using here right now. So right here we're going to have I'm going to break this down. Try to break this down. So here we're going to have the correct answer. Correct answers. Correct answers.map. Because here we are actually having some of our questions, we're going to have more than one correct answer, right? Some of our questions are radio button, and some of our questions are check boxes, of which we can select more than one answer, right? So right here, we're just going to map answer, and just map. So in here we'll have const choice letter, because we're actually trying to store our options based on A, B, C, D, right? So we're going to have choice letter equals answer dot char at 0, which is the first letter of our question, of our choice, of our selected choice, right? This one is answer. So this one is going to extract the first letter, which is, if for example A car, B bus, right? So it's going to extract that letter A from there, because that is the first letter on that line, right? So that's what we're just going to do here. So we're going to say dot uppercase, and the next one we're going to do here is const choice index equals choice letter dot car code at 0 minus 65, which is letter A, 65. So which is letter A? The code of letter A in the axis is 65. That's the uppercase. Why the smaller lowercase? The smaller case, the lowercase of letter A is 90 something, maybe 93 or 95. I forgot, but the uppercase is 65. So here we're just going to return choice index. This one here, greater or equal 0 and choice index lesser than choice, greater than choices. This one here, choices dot length subject length. Then we're just going to have the choice letter right here. Choice letter S, return none. Okay, so let me just pull in a little bit. So here, after this, now we're going to come down here to add the subject, this one here. So this all we need to do here to extract this. Then after this one here, now we're going to go down here to actually call await. So we're going to call the function we created at the back end. I think it was this one right here. Okay, create question. Let's call it from the same place. Create question. Then we're just going to pass in the result to this one here, because you know we have bundled everything from the form inside this object here. So we're just going to pass in this object right in here to actually send back to the back end. So we're just going to say result right here. And after that, now the next we're going to do here is to set all our controls to the default state. We're going to say set question to empty string, and set question type, and this one also we're going to set it back to single as the default, right? Back to single, and set choices, empty array, and also the correct answers. Set correct answers to also empty array of empty string. Then set subject to an empty string. And then we move down to here. Like I said, we are not really particular about handling the error, but if there's any, we're just going to log it in the console. So we're just going to say error. Yes, error right here. So this is just all we need to actually handle the submit when the submit button is clicked, just to actually submit our question back to the back end. All right, so now the next one we're going to create here is the function that we actually handle when the user, for example, the subject we want to create the quiz on is not yet in existence. So now this function is the one to handle when we want to add a new subject to our quiz. So right here, I'm just going to go to const. I'm going to say const rather handle. This is handle, and this one I'm going to say add subject. Add subject, and we're just going to return. What happened here? So we're just going to return. So now we're just first going to check if there is subject, if the test box is not empty. So we're just going to say if new subject dot trim, if new subject dot trim not equal empty, oh sorry, this is not, then we're going to say set subject new subject dot trim. And then we're going to add this subject to the subject array, which is the current subject. We have the subject options we have right here from our database in the select control. So we're going to add this new subject to that subject so that we can submit it back to the database, right? So here we're just going to say set subject options, this one here, and we're going to spread what we've gotten before. So we'll say subject options, and we're going to add the new one, new subject. We can just add trim. We've already trimmed it before, so just, and this one actually is going to be array. It's going to be array, right? And right here going to be array. Okay, so this is just what we need, and then we set the new subject to empty string. All right, so this is just all we need to add a new subject. So now we are going to start creating the UI of our form, right? So before we start creating the UI, we're going to go and install Bootstrap. So here I'm just going to command backtick, and we're going to install Bootstrap. So you'll say npm install Bootstrap, npm install Bootstrap. So just going to click on enter. Okay, so right now Bootstrap has been installed, so let's confirm this from our package.json. Okay, right here we got Bootstrap here being installed for us, right? Okay, so I'm just going to close this down. And now the next thing we're going to do here, before we forget, I'm going to go to the app.js. So we're going to go here. What is the app.js? We're going to go to, okay, let's find it here. Okay, right here, we're going to go to app.js, and then we're going to import right here the Bootstrap, right? So just going to say import Bootstrap, and meanwhile I'm going to, okay, so we can see that our Bootstrap has been installed. So let's confirm this from our package.json. So right here in our package.json, we see that Bootstrap has been installed. So I'm just going to close this down. And the next thing we're going to do here is to go to the app component, this one here, and then we're going to just bring in the import of the Bootstrap we've just installed, which is this one here. So just say import Bootstrap, this line here, just get this line here in the app.js. So we're not going to do anything here right now. We're going to come back here to fix this later, but let's go and focus on what we're doing first. So I'm going to close this one down. So I'm going to make this one also the full screen. So now we're going to start implementing the interface, which is the UI of our form, because we have finished creating all the necessary functions that will handle different actions for us on this form. So now the next thing here, right here, we're going to continue creating the UI of this form. So now I'm going to start with the div here. I'm going to set some class names, some Bootstrap classes. So this one I'm going to set to container. So in here we're going to have another div. Class name, row, justify content center, so right here we're going to have another div, and this one is going to be class name, and this one is going to be column. column of 6. We'll just say MD6, and we'll set the margin top to 5. And now we're going to bring in the card. You can also use React Bootstrap to actually get free components created on this card. Instead of using div, you can just use React Bootstrap to get the free component, already created components. It's faster as well. So here I'm just going to say class name. We'll call this one card. So inside this card now we're going to have the card header. And this one we're just going to say, oh sorry, that's not what I want to do. Class, oh sorry, it's my fault. Class name, we're going to call this one card header. Card header, right? And this one here, in this header, we're just going to, I'm going to break this one down. I'm going to go in here and bring in h5 tag to actually put the title. So this one here, we're just going to say add new question. Add new question. And this one here, we're going to say class name card title. All right, so this one is the card header, and then we're going to go out here to get another div, and this one we're going to put as the card body. Class name, we're going to say card body right here. And inside this body, we're going to bring in the form. We're going to bring in the form. And this form here, we're just going to say on submit. On submit, we're going to have, we're going to call the function we just created up there a few seconds ago. So we're going to say handle submit, this one here, handle submit. And then we're going to have set some classes. So we're going to say class name, and we're just going to pad this one like padding to 2, right? So that's just all we need here. So inside this form now, we're going to start bringing in the controls. Class name. So this one here, we're going to say MB3 is margin bottom, and in here we're going to bring in the label. So we're going to say label, and this label we're just going to say select a subject. Select a subject. So that is this label here, and this label here we're going to say HTML4 subject. I'm going to okay, that's it. So now this label here, we're just going to pass in some. We're going to pass in some bootstrap classes. Class name, we're going to say form label, and we're going to say text /info. So I'm going to save this to actually have a good format. So now, having done this, now we're going to come down here to bring in the select. So bring in the select control right here. And this select here, we're going to give some attributes. So the ID is going to be subject. Subject, and the value is going to be subject as well. Subject. And in here we're going to say on change. Sorry, this is change. Unchanged. So here we're going to have so we're going to say subject. So we're going to say subject, set subject, sorry, it is set subject. Set subject. And right here we're just going to have a dot target dot value. You can also extract this function up there and just call the function instead of writing it direct here. So there are many ways to get this done. And now we're going to set some classes. Class name, we're going to set this one here to form control. Form control. And after this, now we're going to bring in some options. So we're just going to say, let me close this. Okay, let's close this here. So now we're going to go inside here to bring in options. So the first option here is going to ask the user to select subject. Select a subject. So here, and the next one here, we're going to have the provision that will help a user to actually add a new subject if the subject we want to enter is not yet in existence, right? So right here, we're just going to say add new. Add new subject, right? Excuse me. So here we'll say add new subject, and this one here we're going to set the value. Set the value to new. This one we're going to set the value to empty string. Okay. So now, I haven't added this one yet right now, that we're going to make use of the subjects we just gotten from the database, which is the one we created, the function we created up there, right? So now we're going to just iterate through this subject here and actually populate them in this control when the form gets loaded. So now we're going to say right here, subject option. So if we have, so then we're just going to map the subject option, because right here we have actually gotten all the subjects from our database. Right here last time we gotten all the subjects. Where is it? Right here, and actually we have populated all the subjects from the database to this subject option here. So that is just what we're going to make use of right here, and to actually populate the select control. So here we're just going to map over this. And then we're going to have the option right here. And now for each option, we're going to create a new option for it, right? So we're just going to say right here. Then in here, we're going to have option. And inside this option, what we're just going to have here is this option here. Option, which is this one in here. But meanwhile, we're going to set the key. So we'll set the key right here. So the key here, we're going to have the option. And the value also, we're going to have the option right here. Value, we have also option. So this is just all we need to actually map, to actually populate the control with the preselected subject from the database. So now we're just going to go out of this div. So the next control we're going to bring in here, we're going to actually give the provision that we allow the user to add a new subject when this option is chosen. When this option is chosen, we're going to bring out, we're going to show a new text field that we allow the user to actually add to define a new subject. Okay, so now we're just going to go out of this div and come here. Now, if there's a subject, sorry, this one is subject. Now, if subject equals new, if subject is equal to new, then what we're just going to do here is to create a new text field to display for the user. So we're just going to come down here, and inside here we're going to have a div. We'll have a div, and so this div we're going to give some classes. Class name, margin bottom to 3, and inside this div we're going to have a label. And this label is just going to tell user to add a new subject like here. HTML4. So this one is new subjects, and class name we're going to have form label, and we'll have text info. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in the input itself. So we'll have the input, which is the text field. So here we're going to say type. So the type of this is text. And after that we'll have the ID. And the ID is going to be new subject, right? New subject. This one here, new subject. And the value also is going to be new subject. Value. And we're going to say new subject, new subject, this one here, and unchanged. So we're just going to have set subject, set new subject, and then we're going to have e.target value, e.target value, and then we're going to add the bootstrap class here. class name, we're going to say text. No, we're going to say form control. Form control. All right, so now we're going to, now we've finished with the control. So the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in the button. But meanwhile, I'm going to make this one a self-closing tag and just remove this one here. Okay, so now we're going to bring in the button. So I'm just going to say button. And this button here, we're just going to say add subject, right? Add subject. Right here. And so we're going to give the type of this like type submit, sorry, button, and class name. So this one I'm going to say btn btn outline primary, and we are going to make it small, right? So we'll say btn small, and then we're going to margin top like 2. And the next thing we're going to do here is to actually handle the on-click event. So on click, then we're just going to call the function we have created up there, handle add subject. Handle add subject, that's all. So this is just all we need to do here, and I'm going to bring this up. Like so, and just going to save so we can get good format. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. So the next one we're going to do here is the next control we're going to bring in here is the text area to actually where we can actually define in the question, right? So here we're going to have another div. So class name, I'm going to say MB2. And inside here, we're going to bring in the label. So this label, we're going to say question. Class name. Text info, and HTML4 question. So I'm going to save to have a good format. So then we're going to bring in the text area. Sorry. Text area, and this one here we're just going to give some bootstrap classes. So we're going to say class name, we're going to be form control as usual, form control, and we just want it to be a little bit wider, so we're just going to say rows. So we're going to say 4. I'm going to say value. So we're going to say value, we're going to say question. So the value actually is question. And on change, we're going to, sorry, So then we're going to set question e dot target dot value right in here. Okay, so that is just all we need right here. Yeah, I think this is just all we need for now. So I'm going to close this. So the next thing we're going to do here is to bring in the select control for question type. So here we're just going to have div MB3. Then inside here we're going to bring, so what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to, because right now everything with this label is the same, so I'm just going to put it here and change the text, right? So this one is going to be question type, and this one also is going to be question type. And then we're going to bring the select control. So also we have gotten a select control up somewhere here, they select here, but meanwhile let's just go let's go ahead with the new one, so we don't start editing things that we waste all our time. So just going to say select control, class name, form control, and the value. So here we're just going to say the ID here, the ID of this one here is going to be, sorry, what am I doing? Break this down and break this down. So we're going to say the ID. So they're going to be question type, and the value. So the value is going to be question type as well. Question type. Then we'll have unchanged. Sorry. So we're going to set question. Oh, excuse me. Getting a little bit. Okay, so we're going to say unchanged. We're going to set question type. Either target dot value, and right here I'm going to close this right here. So we're going to go in here and bring in the options. So there are just two options we need. So have option. So one option, we're just going to have single answer, right? So we're going to say single. Single answer. And the value here also is going to be single. Just going to say single, right? Second option is going to be multiple. So we're going to say multiple. Multiple answers. And here we're going to set this to multiple value. multiple. Right here. Okay, so we are done with this. The next one we're going to do here is the choices. We're going to break in the choices, right? So now I'm going to go down here, and we just have the same. I think we just have the same thing here. We have the same thing here. I'm just going to go down here and paste this in, and just have the div closed here. So now we're going to bring in the choice. So I'm going to change the text, this one here. Choices. Choices. And so now we're going to, just what we're going to do here is to map these choices. That is, if we have more, because we're going to have more than one choice, right? So here we're going to map for every choice, we're going to create a control for that, right? So what we're just going to do here is to map to the choices. Choices.map. So we're going to pass in here the choice and index. Index. And so for this now, for every choice we have, we're going to create a control, because we're going to add one choice. For example, we might have 2 choices, 3 choices, 4 choices. Depends on the kind of question we're putting. So for every choice we'll have, we're going to generate, when we click the button like add choice, we're going to display a new text field. So that is just what we're trying to do right here. So for that, we're going to have the right here, we're going to bring in the input, which is the div here. We'll have the div. Sorry, this is a div. What is happening here? Okay. So inside this div here, we're going to bring in the control, which is the input control. So here we're just going to have input. Input control. But meanwhile, this div here, we're going to set some classes right here. So we're going to say class is going to be input. So this one's going to be input group control, input group. And here we're going to set the margin bottom to 3, right here. And having done this, now we're going to map every key, because every text field for every choice is going to have a kind of key, and that key is what we're going to use to determine the correct answer or the correct options that the user have chosen. So right in here, we're going to just set the key right here. We're going to say key, and the key is going to be the index, right? So right here we set index. So now we're going to map the text field, which is the input text here, to every option that we're trying to include to the question we just defined, right? So here we're going to have type. The type of this text box is going to be text right here, and the value is going to be choice. So here we have choice. Yeah, this choice up there. And now we're going to set the on-click event, the on-change event. So have on-change. So we're just going to pass in the event, and we're going to set. No, because we're not going to set here, because we've already defined this. We've already defined this function up there. So we're just going to call it here. So So we're just going to say handle choice change, this one here, and here we're going to say index, and then we're going to have e.target.value right here. Okay, so this is just what we need to do here to actually handle the choices. So the next thing we're going to do here is to give this control a kind of bootstrap classes. So we're just going to say class name, and this one we're just going to say form control as usual. Form control right here. And then I'm going to give this one a self-closing tag, so I can just remove this one from here. And let's push this up. So right here, let's go out here to actually bring in a button to enable us to add multiple options, right? So we're going to say button, just like what we did up there a few seconds ago. So this one here, we're just going to say remove option, because when we add an option, this button is we're going to get along this button that will help us to remove or add a new option, right? So that's just going to say remove, and this type here is going to be, let's just enter here and set the type. So the type here is going to be of text. Sorry, it's going to be button. It'll be button right here, and okay. So I'm just going to go in here. Sorry, my mouse is, I don't know. So I'm just going to go in here too. So we're going to handle the on-change event, on-click event. So we'll say on-click. On-click, we're going to handle remove. So we'll say right here. So we're just going to handle remove choice. Yes, handle remove choice. And in here, we're going to pass in the index and the value. Oh, sorry, just the index right here. And after that, now we're going to add some classes, some bootstrap class right here. Class name will be btn outline danger, outline danger, and we're going to make it btn like small, so the button should be too big. Okay, so that is just all we need here. So we're going to close this gap right here. Let's close this gap. Okay, so that is just all we need to do right here. So we're going to save for us to have good formats. Okay, so this one here is for the choices, and so the next one we're going to be adding here is the button to actually add choices. This one is to remove, because this one is going to be hidden, right? So this control we just put here is going to be shown if we have more than one choice, right? So now we're going to go down here to actually add. We're going to go outside here to actually add a button that will help us to add new choice, right? So right here, we're just going to say button, and we're going to close it here. And literally, this one is just like the same thing. I'm just going to copy this one here. To save our time, I'm just going to copy this and go down here. I'm going to just replace this here. I'm going to remove this one here and actually replace this one right here. So the only thing we just need to do here is the on click. So we're going to change this one here to add handle add choice, this one here. And now the classes here is like this one. We're going to change to primary, and this one we're going to change to add choice. Add choice. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. So the next one we're going to do here is to check if the choice the user has chosen is single or multiple. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here, now I will finish adding our choice text field. So the next thing we're going to do here is to add the correct answer text field. And now this correct answer text field is going to based on the type of question right here. It's going to be the question type. So if the question type is single, we're going to have a single text field. But if the question type selected is multiple, then we're going to have a provision to add multiple answers, multiple correct answers, which is more than one correct answer, right? In the case of checkboxes. So right here we're going to have, So right here we're going to have the question type. We're going to check if we're going to check the question type selected. Now, if the question type is equal, single, so what we're just going to do here is to create a text field, right? So right here we're going to have we're going to bring in the label. Where is the label? Just this one here, just like what we have already. So I just bring in this label right here inside the div. And this div actually is going to have a class with margin bottom of 3, just to give a space. And right here we're going to have correct answer. Correct answer. So this is going to be answer, right? And then we're going to have the input. So we've gotten an input here some times ago, right here. So this one here, I'm just going to take this because it's basically the same thing. So I'm just going to come here and paste it right here. So all we need to do is to change the value. So the value here is going to be correct. Sorry, yeah, correct. Correct answer. And we're going to have it because it's going to be an array, right? Because sometimes we might have question of checkbox, so it's going to be an array of questions. That's more than one correct answer. So the next thing we're going to do here is to change this one here to handle correct answers change. This one here. And then we're just going to pass in here 0. So this is just all we need to do here. And the next one here, if the question type is multiple, so I'm just going to get this. So the next one we're going to create here, we're going to check. Now this one is checking if the question type is single. Now the next one we're going to create here, we're going to have here, we're going to check if the question type is multiple. Then we're going to have a provision to add more correct answers text box. So here we're going to say if it is multiple. And this one here, we're just going to add this one here like X, right? And so what we just have to do right here is to, where is the text field here? The text we'll have in here. So we're going to do a little bit modification here. So then we're going to map here. So we're going to check the correct answers, which is the answer array we have up there. So based on the correct answer, based on the type of answer we have, if we have more than one answer, then we're going to create right? We're going to generate more text feed to answer, to put more correct answer options. So at the end of the day, we're going to group everything together as the answer to a particular question, right? So for that, now we're just going to have correct. Sorry, this is correct answers dot map. So here we're going to have answer and index. And so based on this here, we're going to create the text box, right? So for that, we're going to come here and have this. Then now I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to copy this one from here. Just going to cut it from here and go in here, and inside here we're going to have the div, another div right here. Yeah, we're gonna have a div, and inside this div here we're going to paste in this control. Oh, sorry. So here we're going to paste in this control right here, and this one here we're going to have the correct answer change. This time around we're going to change this one to index right here, and the values here, the value of this one here, now we're just going to change to answer right here, answer, and we'll remove this one here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. And after this, now the next thing we're going to be doing here is to add the button that we helped to remove the options if we want to remove it. So we'll just add a button that will help us to remove, just like what we did right here. So now we're just going to go below this here, and we're going to have index. So if the index is greater than 0, then what we're just going to do here is to create a button that will help us to remove if we want to remove, right? So we'll just bring here a button, and this one here we're going to have remove. Yeah, button type equals button, and the class name is going to be btn danger, and also we're going to make it small, so btn small, right? Okay, so having done this, now the next thing we're going to do is to handle the onClick event. OnClick, then we're going to just call the function we created last time up there. So we're going to say handle remove correct answer, this one here, and then we're going to just pass in the index. Here, right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do in here. So I'm going to close this gap right here, or I'm just going to save to have a nice format. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Then the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to add the button here. I haven't done this now, so we're going to come down here to actually add the button that will help us to actually add a button. This button here is to remove, but this one we're going to add right now is the one that will help us to add a new correct answer, right? So here we're just going to say button, and we're just going to close this one here, and so this one here we're going to have the type as well as button, and the class name btn at line info, and on click. So on click here, we're going to have handle add correct answer. The way we have this one up there, add correct answer, okay, handle correct answer. So this one we're going to change it to add. Yes, add correct answer. So we're just going to come down here, add correct answer, right? So this one just going to do here, and now in between here we're just going to say add correct answer, and we're going to save to have a nice format. So that's just all we need to do here. Now the last thing we're going to do here is the button to actually save the question to the database. All right, so now that we have finished this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually add the button that we submit this question to the database. But meanwhile, we're just going to have, before we submit the question to the database, we're going to make sure that a correct answer is chosen, right? So we're going to check if a correct answer is chosen or not. So here we're just going to say if no correct answer is chosen, then we're going to ask the user or the user to actually choose a correct question before they can submit the question to the database. So here I'm just going to say if not correct answer dot length. If not correct answer dot length, then what we just need to do here is to inform the user to choose a correct answer before you can submit the question to the database. So I'm just going to push this back right here. So just going to say please enter at least one correct answer, and then we're going to have a button right here. So here we're going to have a div, so here we'll have a button, and this one we're going to say save question. And this one here, this div here, we're going to set a class name of button group. So we're going to say btn group. And this one here, we're going to set the type submit, and the class name btn. So this one's going to be outline success, and margin right we're going to set to 2 because we're going to have 2 buttons here. Now the second button here is the one to actually lead us back to all questions. So I'm just going to copy this one here and paste it here. But this one here is going to be a link actually. So I'm just going to remove this one here, and I'm going to change this one to link. And I'm going to change this one here like so, and just going to change this one to link. But meanwhile, we have not installed this now. Now, for us to have this import, we need to go back to our terminal to actually install the React router done, so we can actually get this link here. So, but meanwhile, we're going to do this later. I'm just going to commit this for now. I'm going to commit this for now because we've not started routing, so we're going to run into a problem if we start doing this now. So I'm just going to commit this one here, and we're just going to leave only this button here to save the form or the questions to database. So that is all we actually need right now for our form to actually add a new questions to the database. But meanwhile, this one here, we're going to actually use effects, because when the form gets loaded, we want to fetch all the subjects in the database to actually get loaded right here in the control. So for that, now we want to use the use effects to actually get that done. So we're just going to say use effects. This is not what I want to do. Use effects. So here, and then we're going to call this fetch, this first subject right in there, and pass in the empty dependency array right here. So in this now, so when the page gets loaded, it's going to actually fetch all the subjects from database and get it populated to the respective places where they are needed. Okay, so this one is the end of this very form right here, and we're going to come back here to actually rectify this in a moment. All right, so now we are done with our add question component. We're going to come back to fix this one, as I said, in a moment. But right now we're going to continue with the implementation of the component to get all questions from the database. So for that, I'm going to come here and I'm going to go here. What is it? This one here, get all questions. So I'm going to make it on the full screen. So this component is where we're going to display all the questions we have gotten in our database. So the first thing we're going to do here is to generate the component. And right here, we're going to create a couple of state variables that we're going to use throughout this component. I'm sorry, there's a question. So this one we're going to set to array of strings. So this question is going to have ID, and also it's going to have question, correct answers, and I'm just going to break this down so we can see things clearly. Correct answers, and here we're going to have choices. And this is going to be an array. Okay, so now we're going to create the next one. We're going to create here is the one to actually display something for the user when something is going on underneath. So we're going to have it's loading. Because use state, this one we're going to set to true. Const is question deleted. And this one here, we're going to set to false. So the last one we're going to create here is delete success. Because the reason why we're doing this here, because this is the component to display all messages, all quiz questions from the database. And this component, just like the demo we had last time, we should be able to update and delete quiz right here from this component. So that's just what we try to do here. So here I'm just going to have delete. Delete success message. Set delete success. Success message, and this one we're going to set to use state actually, and this one we're going to set for an empty string. Delete success message, set delete success message is correct. So now the first function we're going to create here is the one to actually get all questions from the database. Fetch all questions. So here I'm going to have the try and catch block. Const. Await. And this one we're going to call the function we created last time at the back end, which is at the service, at the quiz service class. I think it was get question, right? Get all questions this here. So after getting the questions, we're just going to come down here to set the question to what we've gotten from the database, right? So set questions. I'm going to set it to the data, right? And then we're going to set its loading to false. Set is loading false. So after this, now we're going to go down here to catch the error if there are any. Like I said, we're not going to focus on actually handling error handling here right now. So but if there is any error, we're just going to console log. We're just going to log this error to the console, right? So here we're just going to have console.error, and here we're going to set in the error inside right here. Okay, so I'm going to save to have a good format. So now this one here, we just want this we want this function to be executed when the page gets loaded. So for that, we're going to use the hook called use effect. Use effect, and then we're going to call the fetch. No, not this one here. Fetch, yeah, fetch all questions. Yeah, this one here. And then we're going to go here to pass in the empty array dependency. This one here. Okay, cool. So that is done. So the next one we're going to create here is the one to actually handle if we want to delete any question. So we're going to create the function that will actually handle the question delete. So I'm going to say const handle delete. And this one we're going to pass in the ID of what we're going to delete, right? Which is the ID of the question we're going to delete. So we're just going to say ID right here. Yeah, come on, it's ID. Then we're going to have the try and catch block as usual. So in here we don't need, and we're actually not expecting anything, but we're just going to go here and wait. We don't really want any messages, or maybe where we're going to use this one here. This one we've already declared up here. We're going to use this one to toggle if we're going to use this to toggle if a message is deleted or not, right? So that's what we're just going to do here. So right here we're going to go here to say await. So here we have, is it delete message or how? Yeah, delete question. This one here, and we're just going to pass in the ID of the question. Then when this is done, we're going to set the questions. Set questions. We'll change this to questions for this array. It's not single, so the question, set questions, right? So here we're going to set questions. Let's correct the S here. And here we're just going to set questions to questions.filter question.id not equal ID. Yeah, and after this we're just going to set the isDelete message to true. So we're going to set this to true, and after this we're going to go below here, set delete message true. What actually happened here? Argument of type boolean is not assignable. Set delete message. Let's look here, up here. Delete success message. Delete success message. Set delete success message true. And here, okay, delete success message. No, we're not going to. This one is string right here. We made a mistake. So this one here, we're just going to return a string, like just telling the user that a message, just telling the user that a question has been deleted, right? So here we're just going to say question deleted successfully. But meanwhile, we're going to set here, before we set that, we're going to set is deleted to true. This one here. So with this one here, we're going to display this message if this one is true. All right. You can just try to handle exception here, maybe by actually passing this one to a variable. And you just check the variable nullability, if it's null, or if there's any message from the back end, if there's any error message or any other thing, you just set the variable. So with that variable, with the return of that variable, you can just use it to set this message here, right? But for now, we're not just going to go into that. We're just going to just make the simple demo to work, right? Okay. So now, have done this. Now we're going to go inside the cache block, to just console log whatever we may have as error. So this one is error. And then after this here, we're going to, right. So after this here, we're just going to come in to set timer to actually vanish, to make this message disappear after a couple of seconds. So just going to set timeout. Set timeout, and right here we're just going to set in here delete success message. Set delete success message to an empty string. in 4,000 milliseconds, which is in 4 seconds, right? Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. So right now, let's go into here and actually check if the message is deleted or not. No, sorry, if the message, if the when the page gets loaded, we're going to just display it's loading to the user, right? So here we're just going to say if it's loading, if it's loading is true, then just return a simple message. Return a simple message and say loading. Yeah. Okay, so now it's time for us to actually go into here. I'm going to remove this. So now it's time for us to go into our return to actually create the UI of this component right here. So we're just going to come here to say we're going to have a section right here. We're going to say class name, container. So this one here, we're going to set to row, and we're going to set the margin top to 5. And inside the row, we're going to have columns. Oh, sorry, this is class name, not column. Oh, sorry, this is not what I want to do. Class name together. Yeah. So this one, we're going to set column MD, MD6, and MB2, MB. Then here we're going to set some styles to the text, right? So we're just going to say style, which is the font color we're going to handle here. So we're going to say color, and here we're going to set to gray text right here. Actually, this is supposed to be color. All right. So having done this, I'm going to break this down. So having done this, now inside this one here, we're going to have actually the font that is going to display this color, right? So we're going to have H4 header tag, and inside this tag here, we're just going to say all quiz questions. So that's just all we're going to have here, and then we're going to go out of this. And after this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to just here we're having a row, and right here we have a column ready. So we're going to bring another column here to actually help us to navigate to the form that is the add questions control component we just created. So right here, I'm going to bring in another div. Class name, column MD4. This time around, this one is going to be MD4, and here we're going to push it to the right hand side. We want to make sure it's at the right hand side end right here. So we're going to flex it, and then we're going to justify to end. Justify content end, justify content end, right? And in here, we're going to bring in, I'm just going to do something here because we've not started routing, because this one's supposed to be a link. So we're just going to say to do. Okay, so we're going to add a link to navigate to add new question form right here. So we're going to come back to this later. So now let's go out of this right here. I'm just going to close this gap and also close this gap. Then after that here, we're going to have a horizontal line, H arrow. And below this now we're going to actually get all the questions. We're going to check before we get all the questions. We're going to check. We're going to display the message we just create here, this message here. So we're just going to check if there's any message we display on top there before we continue. So right here, we're just going to say is question. If is question deleted is true, then just create a div. Just create a div and display that question, that message right here. So just say delete question, delete success message right here. And now we're going to set some classes to this. Class name, we're going to say alert. Alert danger. No, this is not danger, this is success, because it's a success message, right? So we have success right here. Okay, so now we have done this. The next we're going to do here is to, I think I just have to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so the next we're going to do here is to actually iterate through the questions and map all the questions right here on the page, right? So here we're just going to say questions dot map. Index. So in here we're just going to have a div. And inside this div here, we're going to have the h4 header tag. And inside this h4, we're just going to bring in the question, right? So here we're just going to say, we'll use the backtick because we're going to use the index, the template variables. So here we're just going to say index plus 1. Oh, sorry. This one here is going to be okay, right here. And here, this one's going to be, yeah, what is it? Yeah, it's going to be right here. Right here. Yeah. Then here, we're just going to say index plus 1 dot, that will bring in the question. That will just try to number the question. That's what we try to do here. Oh, sorry, what am I doing here? Then here, we just have to bring the question dot question. Yeah, have question dot question right here. Okay, so now we're just going to the same thing we did here. What is the style? I'm just going to literally copy this style here and just come here and just paste it here, because I actually need the text to be the same color with this one up there. We're supposed to package those colors into one place, so that we'll just use a class, a CSS class, but this one is a very small application, so we'll just leave it like this for now. Okay, so below this, now what we're just going to do below this is to have, go here. So now we're going to have UL element, and inside this here we're going to display the choices, right? So we're just going to have question dot choices dot map, and then we're just going to have the choice, and I'm going to have index, and after this, the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to, for every question or for every option, we're going to, for every choice, we're going to create an li element for it, right? So we're just going to say right here, and we'll bring in an li, and inside this li here, we're just going to have the choice, right? Right here we say choice, and this one here, we're going to set the key. So the key here is going to be the index, right? The index, just like so. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually display all our questions on the page from the database. Okay, so the next we're going to do here is to add the correct answer. So we're just going to go outside this one here, and then we're going to have a paragraph to add the correct answer, right? So here we're just going to say correct answer, or we can just say answer anyway, but we'll just say correct answer, and then we're going to display the question dot correct answer, right? So we're just going to say question dot correct answers right here, and this one here, I want it to be green. So class name, we're going to have text inf success. Maybe we just make it success so that it will be green. Success. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. Then after this, now we're going to have the button that we actually lead us to the update component, where we're going to go to, because like I said, in this component we're going to be able to delete and update the question that we got from the database, right? So now we just go here to have a div. Sorry, this one is a div, and in this div now we're going to have the class name, and we're going to have the bootstrap class name, and then we're going to have the btn group, button group, and here we're going to set margin button to 4. So inside this div here, we're just going to do here, we're going to have a button, right here, and this button here, we're just going to say delete question, right? And this one here, we're going to set class name. So we're going to set class name to btn, button danger, and this one we're just going to say to outline danger, right? Just going to outline this one to danger, so we're going to say outline danger, which means the button is going to be red, right? So we're going to make it not too big, so we're just going to make it small. So we're going to say btn like sm, so it will be small, right? So have btn outline danger, and btn small. That will actually show that's for the delete. So right in here, I'm going to break this down, and also I'm going to break this class name down. So right here, we're going to have the onClick. We're going to handle the onClick event. So we're going to say onClick, click. Then here, we're just going to call the function we have declared update. So we're just going to say handle delete. This one here, handle delete. And we're going to pass in the question ID we're going to delete. So we're going to say question.id. Because right here, if you go up here, what happened here? And click. What purposes? Okay. So here we're just going to say here, right? Okay. So now you see that this function here, we're actually getting the ID of the user to be deleted, right? This one here. So that is what we just passed in right here. So now this all we need to do to actually delete a user. Sorry, not a user, actually, to actually delete a question from the database, from the quiz database, right? And then we're still going to have another link here to actually link us back to the update form. So we're going to come back here. We're going to come back here, but meanwhile, I'm going to post this one here so that we know that we're coming back here to add a link to navigate to the update question form, to update the update question form. So we're going to add this link here when we start routing. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here for this component to actually get all questions from the database. We're going to delete here, and also we're going to update here. Okay, so let's go on and start implementing other components. All right, so now we've done with the components to actually get all questions from our database, and we're going to come back to this later. As we said, we're going to come back to this later. And here is our components to actually add new quiz question to the database. So now we're going to continue with the update component to actually update quiz. But meanwhile, before we continue, I'm going to run this application so we can actually see the output of what we have done so far. So right here, IntelliJ is running. Our project is running at the back end already. And I'm just going to, so let's go back to the front end, and I just want to check if this one is running. So now we're using Windows. I'm just going to press Command and backtick to go back to the terminal. So right here we see that our project is actually running. It's running. So let's go to the browser to see what we have done so far. Right here, I'm going to stop this again. I'm just going to stop this and just stop this, and I'm going to rerun it. So now I'm going to just run again, just run it again and see what we have gotten in our front end. Just want to see the appearance or the form we've created, how it looks like. So here, I'm just going to follow this link here and just follow the link, and let's see what we got. So here is our project. Okay, so here is our form. Oh, this form is really wide. Here is our form to actually add new question to our database. So this one here is the select subject. So when we click on this, we have the new, because right now we got no subject in the database because our database is empty right now. So here, if we click on this, we're going to see that control that will come out to tell us that will ask us to add a subject. So for example, if I add this one here and say add subject, you see right here is here. So this one is being selected as the subject we want to create the question on. And right here, this is the question type. So here is the single answer like we defined last time. So here is the single correct answer. So, but if we change this one here to multiple answer, here we see that we have options for us to actually add more right here to add more correct answers. So in the case of checkboxes, the way we have more than one answer, so we can actually add more, maybe A, C, D as answer as the correct answer. So we just have the option to add multiple answers right here. So here we can just actually remove, and remove. Then here is the options, the choices. So right here, if we add a choice, we see that we are getting from B. But if I remove this one right now, and if I add A like this, now we're going to have A, B, and we have C, we have D. Or for example, if I remove this, and maybe this one here, I just want to say yes, for example. So if I say yes here, we're going to say Z, right? Why Z? And more example, we see special character. So it's just going to be continuing like that from taking from the last index, like from the last letter, right? So here, if we say, okay, cat, for example, like cat, we're going to see here, we're going to start from C, D, E, just like that. So all these are what we actually did last time right here in this add question. So these are all the code we have created right here at the back end that is actually doing those work for us. Okay, so now let's go back to VS Code and start implementing the update component. So after that, we're going to come back to Rectify to see why this one is not saving, right? So let's go back and start creating the update form. So the first thing we're going to do right here, I'm going to right click here and close all. And then I'm going to go back here to get the update components right here. So I'm going to make this a full screen. So right here, we're just going to generate our components. And then but before then, I'm going to stop this one here. I'm going to stop this from running so that we don't have frozen situation, right? Okay, I'm just going to leave it like so. And now the next thing I'm going to do here is to actually stop this from running. I just want us to have, I don't want us to have system keep frozen or stuff like that. Okay, so now let's go here and start implementing this component. So we're going to have a couple of state variables that we're going to be working with. So the first one here is question. Set question equals use state, and this one here we're just going to set to empty array, empty string. And the next one we're going to create here is choices. Set choices to empty array. So this one's going to be correct answer. Correct answers. Set correct. Set correct answers. So I'm going to have. So this one we're going to have empty array of strings, empty string, and the next one here is just const. So it's loading. Use state, and this one here we're going to set to true, and the next one we're going to create here is okay, let's just have this const the ID of the question we want to update. So we're going to get this ID from the URL, right? Use params, and so this one here we're going to set the initial state. So the next one we're going to create here it's loading. Just right here, it's loading. Set is loading. Continue state, and this one we're just going to set to true. Okay, so now we're going to the first method we're going to create. The first function we're going to create here is a function to actually get to fetch the question that we want to update, right? So we're going to have const fetch question equals async, and here we're going to so here we're just going to have the try and catch block. This question to update equals await get question. Do we have this? Get question by ID. Let's go to our service. Where's the function that actually get a question by ID? Okay, get question by ID. So we're just going to say get question. Okay, this one here, get question by ID, and here we're going to pass in the ID, and this ID here we're going to get from the URL. So for that, now we're going to go here to actually. So for this now we're going to install the React router DOM. So let's go here. Let me just open the terminal. So we have another terminal here, maybe this one. Okay, this one here. So we're just going to cd into our directory. This one is quiz online right here, and now I'm going to say npm install React router DOM. React router DOM, is that correct? Okay, we can see that this dependency has been installed. So let's confirm it from the package.json. So here we have the React router DOM. So now let's just close this down and go back here and make it on the full screen. So now we're going to get this ID from the URL. So we just want to say const ID equals use params. So this one we're going to say use params, and then we're going to do the import. Let's do this manually, avoid problems. So let's say import use param params from React DOM, this one here. And so having done this, now what we're just going to do next is to go in here. So if question to update, so I'm going to set question to update dot question. dot question. Set choices. Set choices. This one actually we're supposed to make this one plural because this choices. This is choices too. We made a mistake here. So set choices, and we're going to just to pass in here question to update dot choices. Set correct answers. Question to update dot correct answer. Correct answers. And after this, now we're just going to set right here. Set is loading. False. And right here we're going to come to the catch block. So just going to say catch. So we're going to catch error if there are any. So just going to say console dot error. I'll pass in the error right here. So now we're going to, so we're done with this. So the next one we're going to create here, let me just close this. The next one we're going to create here is the one to handle question change. Const handle question change. And the question change, so we're going to set question e dot target dot value target dot value. So the next one we're going to do here is to handle choice change. So say const handle choice change. So have index. Oh, sorry, this is index. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Yeah, so this is, so here we're just going to have const updated choices equals, so we're going to get our choices and we're going to update updated choices. So here we're going to pass the index because e dot target oh my gosh, this is not what I want to do. E dot target dot value. And then we're going to set choices updated choices. So this one is just what we need to do here to handle choices. So the next one we're going to do here is to create the one to handle correct the correct answer change. So here we're going to say const correct answer change. So here we're going to have the system has started frozen again. Okay, so we're going to have this. We're just going to set correct questions, correct answers. Set correct answers. We have e dot target. In the target dot value. All right. So the next one we're going to create here is the function to actually handle the update. So here we're just going to come down here to say const handle update. Handle question update equals e. This one actually is going to make REST call, so we're going to have this thing right here. Oh, this is not what I want to do. Come on. Yeah, so in here we're going to have the e just to prevent, e dot prevent, e dot prevent default. And another we're going to have the try and catch block. Const update. Const update question. Update question. So here we're going to bundle the question with all the attributes we want to update. We're going to bundle it to this object here. So here we're just going to have question, choices, and here we're going to have correct answer, correct answers. I'm going to break this one down. We're going to break this one down. Let's break it down and just break it down. So this one here we're going to say correct answers dot to string the split, because right here we're going to have array of correct answers, right? So maybe we are trying to update a question with checkboxes that has multiple answers, right? So here we just want to split those answers with comma. Then we're going to map answer dot trim. I hope this font is not too small. I hope you guys can see this. In case you don't see the font clearly, you can just drop comments so next time I know what to do. Okay, so here this is just what we need. Now we have bundled all the attributes we want to update: the question, the choices, and the answers. These are what we want to update, right? So now we have bundled everything right here in this object here. So the next thing we're just going to do here is to come down here and actually make the REST call to our back end. to do the update for us. So just here I'm going to say update. What's the name of that question last time? Sorry, the name of the function we created at the back end. Update question. Okay, there's going to be a, let's see, clash here. So here say update question, update question. I'm just go ahead and write it. Okay, all I put here, this one is going to try to, okay, I'm going to change something here. These names are contradicting. They are conflicting each other. So now I should have this one right now, update. Okay, now I got it. Because this name is exactly the same with this, so they are conflicting each other. So here I'm just going to pass in the ID of the question to be updated, and then I'm going to pass in updated question. Updated question right here. And then after the update, now we're going to navigate somewhere. So here I'm just going to navigate back to all questions page. So this one we're going to come back here to fix one later. So this one is to do. So we're going to come back here to fix this one later. So after this, now we're going to come back to, we're going to go in here, and this one we're going to going to console. Sorry, this is console actually .error. So just log any error that occur in the console, right? So this one here is the function that will actually handle the update for us. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do here is just to try to come here. If it's loading is true, then just create a paragraph to return a simple message to the user to understand that something is running, something is happening underneath, right? So we're just going to say loading. Sorry, yeah, correct. 1, 2, 3, loading. All right, so we're done with the functions we need. So now what we're just going to do here is to go down here to actually start implementing the UI of our form, right? So right here, I'm just going to try to return a section. So Ctrl DD, section, and escape. Oh my gosh, and escape, right? And I'm just gonna go here to remove this. Okay, class name, container. So inside here we're going to have a div. We're going to have a div that actually display a message for us, not actually a div, a header tag for, and in here we're just going to say update quiz question, and this one here I'm just going to give class name. So this one here we're going to give a class name of just a margin top, so it gives a little space from the top, and here I'm going to set the style. Just like what we did last time. Oh yeah, I'm just going to say grid text. Yes, grid text right here. So have I done this right now? Well, the next thing we're going to do here is to move to the next line and bring in a div. And this div here is going to have the column of 8. class name MD8. So in here, we're going to bring in the form. So the form here, we're just going to call on submit. We're going to handle the update on submit. When the submit button is clicked, oversight. So we're just going to say on submit. My gosh. On submit. Yeah, this one here. I'm going to say handle updates. Handle question updates. This one here. I think this is the function we declare. Handle question update here. That is it. And I've done this now. We're just going to go inside this form to bring in some div to actually bring in controls. So the first thing we're going to bring in here is going to be the form group. Form group. So here we're going to bring in a label. Yeah, label. And inside this label, we're just going to ask the user to actually, that's the question. So here we're going to display the question right here that the user wants to edit, right? And this label, we're just going to give a few classes. And this one, we're just going to say text info, right? That's just what we're going to do here. And right here underneath this label, we're going to bring in the text area. This one here. So this text area will have the class name. And this one we're going to say from control. And we're going to have the row. Just going to make it a little bit wider. So we just have four rows. And then we'll have the value. So the value, we're going to say question. And then we're going to handle the onChange event. So right here, we're going to say onChange, then we're just going to say handle question change. The function we declare up there, right? Handle question change. The one here, the one. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. And then I'm going to actually close this. I think I just have to give this one here a kind of self-closing tag to avoid unnecessary stuff there. Okay, so now we're going to, after this one here, we're going to go out here to bring the option that will be the choices. So here we're just going to bring another div, and meanwhile I'm just going to I'm going to have this one here because we're going to have the same class. Yeah, and just go in here. So inside this div, also we're going to bring the label. I would have copied it along. Bring in a label to save some typing time. And now this one's just going to say choices. If you are doing copy and paste, you have to take note of the update you want to do to avoid running into problems, you know. So we're going to have choices, and so now we're just going to map all the choices we have gotten from the database, which is this one here. Yeah, so all this one here we have gotten from the database, so we're just going to map over them right here inside the control. So here we're just going to say choices.map. We're going to have choice, and we'll have the index. Oh, sorry. So this one now we're going to have the input. We're going to create input for every choice right here. So for that here, we're just going to bring in an input. There's a text box control. So I'm going to say input right here. And so what we just try to do here is that for every choices, because all questions have choices, right? Like 3 to 4 choices. So based on the number of choices we have here, we're going to create text boxes, maybe like 4, 5, 6, depends on the number of choices we have, right? So right here, we're going to just give some classes like some bootstrap classes. This is going to be form control as usual. Form control. And the type here is going to be of type text, right? Now this is actually type. So we'll say text. And meanwhile, I always like the key to be the first position here. So we're just going to say key. So the key is going to be the index. And then we're going to have the values of this. So the value is going to be choice, right? Just going to say choice. Yeah, that choice over there. So here we're just going to give margin bottom to this right here. So we're going to say MB4 to actually give space from other controls underneath. And then we're going to handle the onChange event. So let's say onChange. Oh, sorry. onChange. And then we're going to handle choice change. This one here. And okay. Stop frozen, man. So right here, we're just going to have the index in this. Okay, so I think this is just all we need right here. So I'm going to make this one self-closing tag as usual and remove this. Oh, what happened? Okay. I think okay, what has happened here? Okay, this one have the input, and right here. Okay, so so the next I'm going to do, I'm just going to close this gap here. Just close this. So the next we're going to do here is to come out of this div, and then we're going to bring in the control to actually handle the correct answers, right? So here we're just going to come here to bring another div. This time around, to make it faster, I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy this one here because basically it's going to be the same thing. So we're just going to paste it here. And this time around, we're going to close this one. Okay, just close it. And let's save to have the correct format. Okay, cool. So now we're going to bring in the control. So this one, we're going to change this one first to correct answer. Correct answers. Where are we? Correct answers. And then we're just going to go down here to bring in the input control. Basically, the input control is going to look very much more similar to this. So I'm just going to actually bring this down. Just bring this down here. And this time around, we're going to change some of these things here. I'm going to remove this key from here. And then I'm going to remove the value to correct. I'm going to say correct answers. Yeah, this one here. And then we're going to just handle. So right here, we're just going to remove this one here to handle correct answer changed. So we'll remove this and say handle correct answer changed. Okay, cool. So this is just all we need to do here. So right here, I think this is just all we need to do. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually bring in the button that will actually do the update for us. So going to push this down, and then we'll bring in another div. Let's save to have a good format. So right here we're going to have class name. So this one we're going to have btn group, button group, right? So we're going to say button group. So, and then we're going to bring in the button. And right here we're going to say update question. Update question. Now this button here, we're going to give some classes as usual. I'm going to give some class name. That's the wrong place, man. Update question right here, and here I'm going to give some class name. So this one here, I'm going to give btn like small. I'm going to have btn. This one is going to be at line 1 because we're actually going to try to change the value, so it should be warning like, hey, do you understand what you try to do here? So just say btn warning right here, and then this is the button that we actually do that for us. So the type of this button actually is submit, because we're going to have, maybe we're going to have like 2 buttons here, maybe, or a link. So here we're going to say type of this is submit. I think by default is submit. Okay, and now we're going to bring in another button right here, and actually this one is going to be a link that will actually link us back to all questions, just like what we have sometimes in a page sometimes ago, right? So that one here, I'm just going to have a comment here to do. We have so many to do's already. I hope we don't forget them. So right here we have to do, and I'm just going to say add a link back to all questions. Add a link back to all questions. So that's all we're going to do here. So we're going to actually come back to get this fixed. So I think that is all we just need to do right now to get the update. For us, I just want us to view this update form to see, but we don't have anything in our database, so we're not going to have anything in this form. So we're going to run into a problem because there's nothing to, because as the form is loading, it's going to be expecting this ID, and the ID is not to be found yet. So, and moreover, we're going to, this one here, because it's going to load automatically. When the form loads, it's going to populate the form with the question we got from the database. So for that, we're just going to use the use effect right here, and then we're going to call fetch questions. Is that the name? Yeah, that's the name for fetch question. And then we're going to just pass in the empty array dependency here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here. All right, so now we are done with the update component creation. So we're going to come back to this later. As I said, so many to-dos we have gotten in some of these components. And now the next one we're going to create here is the component that will actually fetch quiz, so that will fetch quiz to the user, which is the quiz component, which is this one here. But before we're going to do this, there is a component I want us to implement first inside the util. This one here, the quiz answer option. So I'm going to make this one full screen. So now we're going to make use of this component inside this one here. So therefore we're going to implement this one first. So now let's quickly generate our component and start the implementation. So right here, I'm going to destructure some props right there. So we're going to have the question, and then we're going to have is checked, and then we're going to have handle answer change, handle answer change, and then we're going to have handle checkbox, handle checkbox change. This one is change. Is that correct? Yeah. So here we have question is checked and correct answer change and checkbox change, because some of our questions are going to be checkboxes, and some of our questions, the options are going to be radio buttons, right? Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here, I'm going to make this one a little bit too small. I hope you guys are seeing this clearly. Sorry. Okay. I think. Oh my gosh. Okay. So what we're just going to do here is if the question is empty, we're just going to return a message to the user, right? If not question. Then here we're just going to return a message. Return. Then we're going to return a div. Sorry, this is div. And this one we're just going to say no questions available. No questions available. All right. And this one here, we're just going to make it plain like that. So we're going to say no questions available if there are no questions to be returned, right? Based on the subject, maybe one entered or maybe something like that. And now after this, now we're just going to come down here, and we're going to have const, and then we're going to have the question ID, and we're going to have the question type, and then we're going to have the choices. And so yeah, the question ID, the type, and the choices. Then we're just going to bundle them here to the question. I'm going to say question right here. Okay, so now we're just going to go into here and ask if question type.single. We're going to return the questions based on their types. So remember last time what we did in this control here. So remember last time what we did here, if the question type is single, we are going to have a single answer, which means it's a radio box. But if the question is of type multiple answer, it means it's a checkbox. Then we're going to have multiple answer, right? More than one answer to that. So that is what. So based on this condition is what we want to use to render this question right now. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So right here, I'm just going to come down here to say if question. Excuse me. So we're going to say if question type actually, if question type. So if question type equals single. If question type equals single, then we're going to return. Then I'm going to pack this one right here. I'm just going to pack this return here. Just cut it and put it in here, right? So now if this question is single, what we're just going to do here is to create a div. Just going to, yeah. So just going to come down here. So then we're just going to create a div, and inside this div here, we're going to have the choices. So we're going to have choices. choices. Then we're going to sort them based on A, B, C, D, right? So we're going to sort this here, the sort, and then we're going to have we're going to map them. After sorting them, we're going to map. So right here we just map, and inside this here we're going to have the choice, and we'll have index. We'll have index. This one is index, and then we're going to return. That's not what I want to do. So we're going to return the inputs. So inside here we're just going to have a div. So we'll have a div. I'm going to close this right here, and this div here we're just going to set the key. So the key here is going to be choice, the choice, and the class name here, as usual, class name. This one is going to be form check, form check, and then we're going to have MB and 3 right here, and underneath here, and sorry, we're just going to break this down. So inside this here we're going to have the input. And this input will have the class name, as form check, input, and after this now we're going to have the ID. So the ID is going to be, so the ID is going to be choice, and here the value is also going to be the choice, right? Value was choice, and after this here we're going to handle the check, and meanwhile we're going to set the type of this one here. So the type is going to be radio. So which means if the type of this question is single, we're going to render a radio button, right? So that's just what we're doing here, and then we're going to handle the check event. We're just going to say check. So it's checked, and right here we're going to checked. We're going to have is checked. Is checked, and then we're just going to have the question ID and the choice, right? That is checked. So right here we're just going to have question.id, and then we're going to have the choice that is checked because it's a single answer, right? And then we're going to handle the unchange. Then we're going to say, so we're just going to call the handle answer change we created above, right? Handle answer change. That's what we created above, and here we'll pass the ID, the ID and the choice. So in case let's pass the choice here. So in case the user click on A and it comes back to click on C. So as those changes are happening, so we'll try to track those changes to get the correct one that the user finally choose, right? Okay, so right here we're going to, as usual, I'm going to give this one a self-closing tag and remove this. So next what we're going to do here is to bring in a label. I'm going to bring in a label right here. So this label we're just going to do here is to is to just put in the choices right here. So I'm just going to pass in the choice. So we're going to give some classes, class name, and right here this class name you're just going to say from check label, from check label, and then we're going to pass in this one to 2, ms to 2, right? Okay, so now I think this one is all we just need here. So I'm going to save for us to have good format, and I'm going to push this up. Okay, so now we're going to, we have this already. So the next thing we're going to do here is to go down here outside this div, and then we're going to right here actually let me see what is happening here. Okay, so having done this right now, we're going to just go out of this div here and go. Now if the answer, if this one here is what is happening here? Okay, so right here, I think, I don't know what is wrong here. Okay, so now having done this, now we're going to go out of the if. We're going to go out of the if, then we're going to say else. So else if question type equals multiple, if that is multiple, then we're going to have then we're going to just display a div right here. We're going to return, we're going to have a return as well. So we're just going to return, and inside this return here, we're going to have a div. Man, my system is crying, making hell of noise. I hope you guys forgive me. I think I will have to change this laptop. So right here, I'm just going to have, inside here, just going to have the paragraph, and we're going to tell the user, because this time around is going to be a check control, check boxes, right? So we're just going to say select all, that apply, because you're going to choose more than one answer, right? So right here, just like what we did up there, we're going to I think we're just going to basically go down here to copy this one here. We're just going to copy everything from here, right? So let's just copy all this. Now we're not going to run into error shortcuts. So I'm just going to copy this one here and paste it here. So what we just need to do here is to change the type of this from radio to checkbox, right? So we're going to say checkbox, not just box, checkbox, right? Okay. Then everything here is basically like the same, except we're going to have the name for this one here, because we have more than one answer. So we're going to have a name. So they're going to have the same name to actually group the option selected into one answer to a particular question, right? So right here, I'm just going to come here to add a name. And this name here, we're just going to say, remove this and put curly braces. So this name here, I'm just going to say question dot id. Yeah, question dot id, and the value here is the same, and the uncheck right here is going to be the same here. This is checked, it's going to be the same, and this one here, where is it? So this one here, we're going to change it to handle check box change. That's the one we declare up there. So we're going to handle checkbox change, because the checkbox actually has multiple selection, right? So right here, we're going to still pass in the ID and the choices, and also we're going to have the label that will actually display the choices as well, just like what we have up there. So they're all the same thing, right? Okay, so now we're going to go back here again, else just display nothing. So now we're going to go out here of this if, okay, this one here. So we're just going to say else. So else here, return nothing, return none. So that's just all we need to do here in this component. So now I think we are done with this component. So the next one we're going to do here is to actually go here to actually start implementing this quiz component. So right here, we're just going to generate our component. So having done this now, we're just going to need a couple of state variables that we're going to use throughout this component. So we're just going to go in here and start creation one after the other. So the first one here is quiz question. So I'm going to call this one quiz question. Set quiz. Set quiz questions. So it's going to be quiz questions because it's going to be an array of questions, right? So I'm just going to use this one, set this one to use state. Use state. And this one I'm going to set here to array of objects. And this object here, just like what we did last time, we're going to have the ID. And we're going to have the correct answer. And then we're going to have the question. And we're going to have the question type. Question type. Right here. So this is just all we need right here for now. And then we're going to move down to create another one. Const. Selected answer. Selected answers and set selected answers. Of course, you state. And this one also is going to be an array of objects. So the answer is going to have an ID and the answer, right? So we're just going to say ID. And then we're going to pass, we're going to say answer. Right here. Okay, I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. So we're going to have another one. So this one is going to be const current question, current question index. Set current question index. You state, but this one is going to be 0. Const. So the next one we're going to create here is the total scores. Oh, sorry, it is const total scores. Set total scores. Because you state, of course, and this one we're going to set to 0. And another one here we're just going to have, because in this component at the end, just like the demo we had last time, so at the end of the quiz, at the end of when the user gets to the end, when the user submits the quiz, is going to be navigated to another component where the quiz summary is going to display, right? So for that we're going to have the location. So here we'll have const location equals use location, and this one here we're going to we're going to come back to this this location here. We're going to we have React DOM already, right? So we have const location equals use location. So we're supposed to have this import for us, but meanwhile we're going to fix this one manually. So now we're going to have const navigate equals use navigate, and this here we're going to import. So import all missing. What is actually happening here? Navigation, use navigate, what's happening here? No, navigate, and this is const. Okay, this one is const. This const. Okay, that's cool. And so here we're going to fix this, but meanwhile this one cannot be fixed automatically, so we're going to use it. We're going to import it manually. So right here, what is the navigate import? Oh, this is not what I want. So these two here we're going to import manually. So we're just going to say import. Use navigate, use navigate, and use location from React router DOM from here. Okay, I wonder why the auto import is not working. So now the next one we're going to do here is const. So we're going to destructure this. So we're going to have selected subject, and selected number of subjects, I'll just say selected number to make this name not too long. Number of subjects of quiz, selected number of quiz, or maybe selected number of answers, right? Or we could just say selected number of answers, of questions, sorry, of questions. Because before the user can take the quiz, you need to select the subject and select the number of answer they want to answer, just like what we did last time in the demo. So this one here, we're just going to say location dot state, because we'll be navigating with all this information to the quiz summary page later after the quiz ended, right? So now after doing this, now the first thing we're going to do here, the first function we're going to implement here is the function that will actually fetch the quiz for the user to take. So here we're just going to have the const fetch quiz, is that correct? Fetch quiz data equals async Then inside here we're just going to say if selected number of question, and so if number of question is selected, and selected subject. And selected subject, this one here. Then what we're just going to do here is to let's just come here to say const. So now we're going to have the questions equals, so we're going to actually send this to the back end to actually fetch the question from the back end based on the selected subject and the selected number of questions, right? So we're going to say await. Then we're going to what was the name of the function we created in the database, sorry, in our back end, in our front end, back end, right? So right here we have fetch quiz for user. Okay, this one here. So we're going to say fetch, right? Fetch quiz for user. Is that what I saw? Let me just copy this one for security purposes. So here we're going to say questions. This one is fetch quiz for user. So we just fetch. I don't know why my auto import is not working. Okay, so here we're just going to have the selected number of question and selected subject right here. Why is this auto import not working again? Please start working. Okay, so now we're just going to set the quiz to the question. So here we're just going to this if, right? So then we're going to set. So we're going to set quiz question. Then we're going to just set it to the questions we gotten from the database, from our back end questions right here. Okay, so this is just all we need here to actually fetch this. And now we're going to use we're going to call the use effect to actually get the question when the page gets loaded. Use effect. Then we're just going to say fetch. They'll pass in the empty array dependency. Okay, so the next one here we're going to create is the one to actually handle the answer change, right? So we're just going to say const, const handle answer change. So here we're going to have the question ID. And here we're going to have the answer. So here we're just going to say set selected answer, set selected answers. And here we're going to have previous. So for example, when the user selects an answer and wants to, after moving forward and he wants to go back again, then we need to take track. We need to get track of that answer that the user have selected previously, right? So we're going to say previous answer, previous answers. And here we're just going to return, right? Oh, sorry, right here. And what we just need to do here is to, what is happening here? Okay, we're going to come back here later. So I haven't done this now, we're just going to say const existing. Existing answer index equals previous answer previous answers dot find index and here we're going to have the answer object, and at here we'll have answer object. We just declare dot id equals, sorry, this is dot here, dot id equals question ID. So what we just did here, in case after the user have selected the answer and he wants to go previous. So because when you're having a quiz, you have the option, you have the provision to go forward and go backward, maybe to correct some answers you previously answered, right? So right here we're going to just move down here, const selected answer, selected answer equals array dot is array, and here we're going to pass in the answer, right? Pass in the answer. So after this, now we're just going to here. Now what we're doing here, if this one is an array, if the selected answer is an array, which means if the question is a checkbox, it's going to be an array, right? So now if this question is an array right here, if the answer is an array, so what we're just going to do here is to have the answer.map, right? Answer.map, and then we're going to have just say A here as the answer, and then what we're just going to do here is to select the first letter of that answer, right? To select the first letter, which means so we can get A, B, C, D as option, right, as the correct answers, and the selected options, right? So here we're just going to say A dot char at 0 right here, else answer dot at 0. Now what we just did here is that now if the selected answer here is an array object, if it is more than one answer, which is if the option is a checkbox, it means we're going to have more than one answer. And when we have more than one answer, we're going to put them inside an array. So now we are checking. Now if that answer is an array, we're going to map through that array the answer. Then we're going to take the first letter of each answer, right? Else, if that answer is not an array, we're just going to take the first letter, which is a radio box, one answer. So that's what we just did here. So here we're going to come down. I'm going to save. Let's save. Okay, you have to have good format. And now, so here we're just going to come down here to check again. So if existing answer index, existing answer index not equal -1. Now what we're just going to do here is that all right, so we're going to go here and check again. So so just going to say if selected answer index not equal -1, you're going to have const updated answer equals array. Then we're going to add this one here. We'll have this here to the previous answer, right? Previous answer, this one here. So then we're going to have updated answers. Right here, we're going to pass the existing index right here equals. So here we're going to have the ID, the question ID, question ID, and here we're going to have answer. Then we're going to have selected answers, selected answers right here. Okay, so what we're just trying to do here is this. So this one here is the ID we're passing into, so we're passing this ID. So here we're just taking the ID of the selected question and the ID and the answers that we've selected right here to update actually the updated answers. So for example, when we move previous, we move previously and forward, previous, forward, like that. So as we are changing our options, so we're actually updating the updated answers right here. We're taking the ID of the selected one and actually getting it updated. So what we just need to do here after all this, now we're just going to return the updated answer, right? So here we're just going to say return updated answers. So here we're going to say else const new answer equals. So here we're going to get the ID, question ID, and then we have the answer equals selected answer right here. So that's just what we're going to do. Then we're going to return. So then we're going to return an array of the previous answer. I will just return the updated answer, right? So just going to say previous answer, then we're going to put in the new answer, right? Okay, so just like I explained, we're trying to get track of the when the answer, just like here, when the answer is changed. For example, the user picked option B before and later go back to pick another option. So we try to get track of all this. Okay, so now the next one we're going to do here is the function to actually track this check situation when the controls are checked, right? So we're going to have const is checked. Const is checked, and here, and here we're going to pass in question ID and choices. Question ID, and we're going to have the choice. So right here, we're just going to do here is to have const selected answers, selected answer equals selected answers here, and then dot find answer. So here we're just going to have answer.id equal question ID. This question ID. So are we having any problem here? Okay, there's a problem here. This is not find. Yeah, not find. So then we're going to check again if not answer selected. If answer is not selected. If no selected answer, so right here we're just going to return false. Return false right here, and then gonna go out here. So if array dot is array, if array is array of selected answers, selected answer dot answer. Now if the selected answer is an array, which means if there's a checkbox, then we're just going to return selected answer dot answer dot includes choice dot child art, which is the first. We just want to extract the first letter from here, right, which is the first character of the selected question, and after that we're going to return. So what are we returning? Selected answers dot answer equals choice dot okay. So right here we just try to basically what we're trying to do here is that we're trying to extract the first letter from the selected answers on the basis of A, B, C, D, right? Okay, so the next one we're going to do right now is the function to actually handle when the checkbox is changed. For example, you've changed answers before in the checkbox and you go back again to change your selected options. So here we're just going to have const handle checkbox change. So here equals, so here we're going to have the question ID and the choice. We'll have the question ID and the choice, and then we're just going to go in here. So then we have to have the selected answers right here, selected answers. So have previous answers, previous answers, previous answers. And right here, we're just doing here is to have the const, existing. It's just like what we did the previous time, right? This one here. Okay, so right here, the next one we're going to create is the function to actually handle the checkboxes change. When the checkbox is changed, then this is the function that will actually handle that event. So right here, we're going to just have the const handle checkbox change, and here we're going to have the question ID, and we're going to have choices, the choice, right? So right here, we're going to write a similar code with this one here like this answer change, we're going to write a similar code here. So I'm just going to grab this this two line here, this few lines of code here. Though it's not a good practice, but we're just going to use it just only here, not other place. Because if we want to use this one in another place, then we're going to have just going to bundle it to a separate function, right? So right here, right now, we're just going to have this one here, but we're having errors here, here, and here. So right here, we're omitting omitted this, and okay, so the next one we're going to create here is the function to actually handle the checkbox change. So we'll have const handle, textbox change, question ID, and the choice. So right here, we're just going to say set selected answers, then we're going to have previous answers, so the next thing we're going to do here is to have the const existing answer index. Yeah, suggestion for us, just like what we've done before. So have existing answer index, and then we're going to say equals previous answer equals previous answers dot find index. And right in here, we will have the answer object, and so just do just going to go here to say answer object dot id equal question ID. So I'm going to zoom this out a little bit so we can see clearly. So right here, we're going to have const selected answer equals array dot is array, just like what we did last time. Now if the answer is an array, we made a mistake. This is choice. If the answer is an array, then we're going to map choice so here we just have dots else just get this at 0, just basically like what we've done, what we did somewhere up there. So after this, now we're just going to come down again here to do some checks. So if existing answer index is 1, then what we're just going to do here is to const updated answer equals so here we're going to have we're going to spread the answer, the previous answers right here. Just get the previous answer inside the updated answer, right? So after that, now what we just need to do here is to go down to say const of the existing answers, existing answers. Is that correct? Answers? Yeah, existing answers. Okay, equals updated answers. Equals updated answers. Then we're going to have here pass the index. This existing answers dot index. That's, yes, the index right here. And then we're just going to say dot answer. Okay, I'm going to save if we can have a good format. Okay, all right. So now having done this, now what we're just going to do here is to, I'm going to go down here to say let new answer. So if, sorry, we actually declare a variable there, so we're going to check if. So if array dot is array, the existing answers, existing answers. So we're just going to do here, we're going to set the new answer, new. So we're going to set the new answer equals existing answers. This one here equals existing answers dot include, and right in here we're going to have selected answers, selected answers right here. Include the selected answer right here. And so if that is the case, we're going to have existing answer, this one here, dot filter, and inside here we're going to have the answer. I think I have to zoom this out a little bit. Please just bear with me for a moment. So right here we're going to have a dot, no, so we're going to a not equal equals selected answer. Equals selected. We're going to explain this one in a moment. I'll finish. We're going to explain what is actually going on here. And I'm going to actually zoom this out again. And after that now, so if that is not the case, we're just going to say S here. So we're just going to say S. Get the existing answer, existing answer. Then we fill in with the selected answer, selected answer right here. And after this here, we're going to just come out of this loop, of this if right here. So we're going to come out of this if, this first one here, this one here, this inner one. So we're going to say else. So we're going to say else new answer equals existing answer equals existing answer. Then we just pass in here the selected answer right here. So what we actually did here is that we're trying to search, because this one here is a search, is a checkbox, right? So we're trying to actually get the change on these checkboxes. So on this check, on the answers, the previous answers that the users must have checked, right? So if the user have chosen some answers and he later comes back to change those answers, so these are just what we try to track there, and just try to update the latest answer with the previous one, right? So that is what we're just trying to do here. So after this right here, we're going to, so after this one here, so we're going to update. So we're going to update answer. So we're going to say updated answers. Right here, we're going to have the existing answer index right here. And then we're going to just set this to this object. So we're going to set the ID, was question.id, right? Question ID, and then we set the answer. So we set answer equals the new answer. So this one actually is equals new answer, right? Right here. And then we're just going to return. So we're just going to return what? So here we're just going to return the updated answer, right here. So right here, if that is not the case, we're going to go here, else. Oh, sorry. So let's say curly braces. Oh no, there's curly braces. So else, we just go down here to const new answer equals ID, question ID, and answer equals new answers, new answer right here. And meanwhile this one here is going to be no, this one is not new answer, this one is selected answer. So just trying to put this one right here inside the selected answer, right? So here we'll have this one as selected answer. Selected answer right here. And where did we declare this? Right here. So here we're just going to have this one as selected answer right here. Okay, so after that, now we're going to return. So here we're just going to return. So we're going to return system is hanging. So I'm going to return previous answers. Then we have new answers. So we're going to fill in the new answers. So we're going to replace we're going to spread right here the previous answers and add this one to it, right? Or replace the replaceable ones right in here. So that's just what we need to do right here to actually get this one here, this checkbox change, right? Okay, so now the next one, we're going to come back later to fix this one up. So the next one we're going to create here is the one that will actually handle the submit when the submit button is clicked. All right, so now that we have finished implementing this the checkbox select, the checkbox change, So we're going to come back. We're going to come back to fix this one in a moment. This one here. But meanwhile, let's continue implementing the next one. So the next one we're going to implement here is the function to actually handle the submit event. So here we're just going to have const handle submit. So this one we're just going to now we're just going to come inside here. We're going to say let's score, because when the quiz is submitted, so we're going to calculate the scores, right? The total scores of the user. And here we're just going to say quiz questions. This quiz, sorry. This is quiz questions. Quiz questions dot for each. Quiz dot for each questions. Sorry. So we're going to have quiz question dot for each question. So we're going to have const. Sorry, this is const. Const selected answer. Selected answer. Selected. Is that correct? It's not correct. Oh, this first thing is actually killing me here. Selected answer because selected answers dot find selected answer dot find answer dot id equals question dot id. So what we're just trying to do here is, you know, when the quiz is ended, you're going to submit the quiz. So when you submit the quiz, then we're going to calculate the total answer, the total question, the total scores. So you know we're going to get all the scores, the wrong ones and the right ones, because we only recorded all the correct answers. So we're going to record all the correct answers, and based on the correct answers, we're going to know what to give to the user, right? So right here, we're just going to say if selected answers selected if selected answer, so we're just going to say const selected options equals array dot is array. We're going to have selected answers selected answers dot answer. We selected answer dot answer. What we're just going to do here is to have selected answer selected answer dot answer else. Selected answer dot answer. Okay, I'm going to this selected answer. I'm going to break this down instead. Let me break it down. let me just break this one down so we actually see what, let me just break it down from here. Yes, break it from here. So this one is selected answer. Yeah. So what we're just trying to do here, we're trying to calculate both the answers of a checkbox and that of radio buttons, right? So that we just did here. So the next one here we're going to do is so here we're going to have const correct options. Correct options equals array dot is array equals array dot is array. Okay, so the next one we're going to do here, we're going to have const. So this time around we're going to get the correct options. Correct options equals array dot is array. So this time around we're going to get the questions. Sorry. So we're going to have the question dot correct answers. Question dot correct answers. Then we're just going to return the correct answers. Question dot correct answers. Else, let's just break this one down as well. Let's break this down. So we're going to say else. Else. Then we just the same thing we did up there, but it's going to be question. So we're going to be questions dot correct answers right here. Now the next one we're going to do here is to have anyone that is correct. So we're going to try to find a way to actually increase this scores here, so we can actually calculate all the correct answers, all the correct options that right in the total scores, in the score variable here, the scores variable there. So we're going to have const is correct equals selected options equals selected options dot every. So here we're going to have option, and here, so we're just going to say correct option, correct. Sorry, this is supposed to be correct. There, yeah, this is supposed to be correct options. This one here, correct options dot include. So we're just going to pass in the option. Let me zoom this, and maybe I should just break this down so we can see clearly. Okay, so so what we just did here is that we actually try to calculate the options, or sorry, the questions, the correct answers that the user has gotten. So the first thing we did, we just define here, what is it? So we define here all the selected answers, right? Then we find the answers. So we find the answer ID and the question ID. Then here we try to get all the selected options to find if the selected options are correct. So then we're going to use this variable here to actually increase this one here. So what we just want to do here is that we're going to find out here if. So we'll say if is correct. So if is correct, then we're just going to increase the total score by 1, right? We're just going to say scores increase by 1. No, this is scores. So we're just going to say scores increase by 1, right? And then we're going to just come out here So then we're going to come out here. Well, okay. So just come out here and set total score. Set total scores equals scores, right? So just set the score here, and then we're going to set. So we're going to set this one to the. We're going to reset the selected answers, right? So we're going to set selected answers. Set selected answers. Then we're going to reset them to empty, right? So here we're just going to say ID empty, and the answer right here, answer empty as well. And after that, here we're just going to set the current index. So we're going to set the current question. This one is current double R. Set current question index to 0. We just try to reset them to the normal state. Then after this, now we're going to navigate to that component. So here we're going to navigate to the result summary with the information we've gathered from here. So here we're just going to say navigate. So we're going to navigate. Then here we're going to have this one here. Though we've not defined any router, but we're just going to define this. Very soon we're going to go there to start defining router. So we're just going to say quiz result, and then we're going to pass in the state variable. The state, we will pass in the state, the location, the state location, so that we're just going to pass in all the information we got from here down to the location where we are going. So here we're just going to say questions, quiz questions. Then we'll say total scores. That is total scores. And we're going to pass in the scores, right? Okay, passing the scores here. So that is just all we need here. So right now, what the next thing we're going to do here is to there's an error up here, this one here. Let's see what is happening here again. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so let's change this this variable here to array of string, and we have another one here right now. Okay, this one here. So let's change this one to array of string to get rid of this error, right? Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here, the next method we're going to create here, we're almost done anyway. This component is very big. So the next method we're going to create here is the one to handle the next question when the next button is clicked. So here we're just going to say const handle next. Handle next question. So we're going to say so when the handle next question is clicked, when that button is clicked, then we're going to get the current question index, right? So we're just going to say if current question index is lesser than quiz, sorry, this quiz, oh my gosh, that quiz questions dot length -1, we're going to say set current question index. So we're going to say previous index right here, previous index, and here we're just going to go here to say preferred index plus 1. Plus 1. So when the next button is clicked, we're going to just navigate to this next question, right? Carried along the answers. So here we're just going to say X. So we're going to say else. Handle submit, this one here, handle submit. Now what we're just doing here is that when the next button is clicked, we're going to see if there is a question in the array, right, in this question here. So if there is no question right here, then we're just going to, it means the question, we'll finish answering the questions, then we're just going to call this submit function here to actually submit the quiz right here. So that's what we just did here. So now we're going to navigate to the previous as well. So this one is just like it's just kind of similar to the previous, right? So I'm just going to copy this one here and paste, and I'm going to say handle previous question. So in case the user is navigating backward, right? So you call this one previous question, right? And that one here, we're going to have current question index greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, so we're just going to set current here -1. So we'll just change it to -1, right? And this one here, we're going to remove this part here. Okay, so that is just all we need here. A quick rundown again. So what this one is doing is that, so when the user click on the next button on the quiz, on the when the quiz has started, so when user click on the next button, then we're going to check if there are still questions inside the array. So if there are questions, then we're going to just take the previous question plus 1, right? Then if there are no questions right there in the array, then we're just going to call the submit to submit the form, the quiz. Then we're going to calculate all the user scores and give the users their total scores. Then this one here is to handle the previous select. If the user goes back, then we're going to check if this one is, if the correct index is greater than 0, then we're just going to set the correct one here, previous -1, right? That's just what we want to do here. So now, having finished all this, now it's time for us to go into this return to actually create the UI of this project. So let's go and get it done. Okay, so now it's time to actually it's time to implement the UI of our component of the form, right? So here I'm just going to surround this with the bracket, and I'm going to break this down and break this down. So right here we're just going to set some classes. So class name, we're going to have padding of 5, and we're just going to go in here. So inside here we're going to have the header tag, h3 tag, and here we're just going to set this class here to info, right? So we're just going to say class right here, class name equals text info. And inside this one here, then we're going to display a question. We're just going to say question. Then, so here we're going to have quiz question dot length greater than 0. If yes. Now, if yes, then we're going to set current question index plus 1 x. We just set it to 0. Then we're going to say off. Again, we're going to have the quiz.length, quiz question. This one is quiz question. Sorry, quiz questions dot length. So like here, what we're just trying to do here is I'm going to break this down. So I want this font to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to break it down. So what we just need to do here is that we're going to say, for example, this one here, like the demo last time, you see we have question 1 of 5, question 2 of 5, just like that. So this one here, this is how we're going to be counting this when the question is progressing, when the next button is clicked. So here we're going to say question 1. So if the quiz question length is still greater than 0, we're going to say the correct index plus 1, which means we'll have for example, question 1, when we go to 2, we're going to have question 2 of 5. When we move to 3, we're going to have question 3 of 5, right? Until it's finished. Then when it's finished, we're just going to return 0. Then we're going to do something else, right? So right here, I'm just going to push this one up right here. So the next one we're going to do here is to come down. We're going to come out of this, and then we're going to have another h4 tag. So this h4 tag, this time around, we're going to have the classes. Sorry. Come on. So we're going to have the class name right here. So we're going to have the class name to MB4. That's magic button, like 4. And then inside here, we're going to display the quiz questions right here. So here we're just going to have quiz. So we're going to say quiz question, quiz questions, and right here we're going to have the index, right? Current question index. Then we're going to have the period here, and we'll have the question, right? Okay. What we just did here is that, for example, like this one now, if we are like this, what we just did here now, we'll have question. So this one is going to evaluate to this one here. So let me just do this here like this. For example, we're just going to have question 1. Then we'll have this one here, right? So that's just what we're going to have. So this one is the index. So is the index, right? Then this one is the question here. So here we're going to have the text of the question, which is the text of the question right here. But we're going to have question 1, we'll have question 2, question 3, question 4, just like that. So that's just what we try to evaluate here. And now after doing this, right now we're going to go back to the options, which is the options we defined last time, that component. So we're going to come here to bring it in. So here I'm going to have the answer options. To actually break in all the there's the answer options. Well, how did we call that question, that component last time from the util? Yes, this one here, answer option. So in here we're just going to call the answer. Okay, here, answer options right here. And then let's just allow this guy to fix all the missing attributes right here. So now I'm just going to break this down, break it down right here. So now the question here, we're going to have the quiz question of index, which is this one here. Let me break it down. So right here, we're going to have the quiz question, and here we're going to pass in the question index. So we pass in the current. So we're going to pass in the current question index right here. And here the is check here, we're going to just pass in is check. So those functions we created up there last time, what we're just using right here. So handle answer change, then we're just going to pass in here handle answer change. So here. And the handle checkbox, we're just going to pass in also the handle checkbox change. Handle checkbox change. So that's just what we need here. And this one, now I'm going to give this one a self-closing tag and actually remove this one from here. So let's make it closer. So now this is just all we need to do here to get the question and their options. So now we're going to have the buttons that we can actually help us to navigate to next or previous, right? So now we're just going to go out here. We're going to go out of this and bring in a div. So you have div, and this div here we're just going to give some classes. So here we just have class empty4, that's margin top of 4, and inside here we're going to bring in a button. And this button here, so we're going to have class name. We're going to have btn as usual. So btn small, then btn. This one here we're going to give the class of primary, btn primary, and we're going to give me to 2. And now we're going to come out here to handle the on-click. So on-click event. So what we're just going to do here is to handle the previous, handle previous question. And here we're going to have, now we're going to disable this button if the previous question, if we get to the last previous question, which is the number 1 question, this one is going to be disabled, right? So here I'm just going to say disabled. So disabled when the index is 0. So we're just going to say current question index equals 0. So when we're at question number 1, this one is going to be disabled. So when we move to question number 2, it's going to be enabled so that we can navigate backward, right? And so right here, we're just going to say previous question right here. All right, so now we're going to bring in another button. So this button here, we're going to set a few classes. So now this class of this button, we're going to set this class conditionally. So the normal class of this button is going to be info, right? So what we're just going to do here, we're going to say, here I'm going to bring in the backtick. So I'm going to set class btn info. Then we're going to have btn small. And now the next thing we're going to do here is to come here and actually set a variable. So what we're just going to do here is we want this button, if this button, this very button here, if the quiz is finished, we want this text, we want the color of this button to change from info to warning, and we want the text to change from next question to submit quiz. That is just what we want this button to do here. So let's get it implemented. So I just want to get the current question index equals quiz question dot length So here we're just going to say btn warning, btn small. So let me break this down. I'm just going to break it down from here once more. So that is just what we want to do right here. So what we just did right here is that if this class, the normal class of this, the normal color of this button is going to be this class here. This is the class, but we want this class to change if the current index is equal to 0, that is equal to -1, which means which means when the question has finished, right? That's the last question. So we just want this one here to change, right? So that is what we just did here. So if this current index is quiz questions dot length -1, then we want the class to change to this one here. So that is what we just did. Then another thing we're going to do here, we're going to disable this button conditionally, right? So here, let's set disable. Let's set disabled. And here we're just going to say this is selected. So let it answer.find. So here we're just going to have quiz questions. I'm going to break this down too. I'm just going to break it down from here. Break it down from here. So here we're going to have this and the ID. Answer.answer. So this is just what we want to do here. And now the other one we're going to do here is so we're going to set the class that's the onClick. We're going to set the onClick event. So right here we're going to just come down here to set the onClick. Then we're just going to handle next question. And so what I'm just going to do here is to let's take this here, and now we're going to go inside the button. So now we just want to say current index excuse me, equals quiz question questions dot length then we're just going to say submit quiz. Else we're going to say next question right here. So now what we just did here is that, so we want to change this text here conditionally, this text here. So here is that if the current quiz, if we are at the last question, the test should turn to this. Else we should have next question, that should move next. So that is just the condition we set for this button here. So you see that everything here in this button is written by on condition. So here let's see what is going on. appears to be unintentional because the type string array and string have no overlap. Okay, I see. So we can just change this comparison in a way. So we can just say dot length, answer dot length greater than 0. Okay, so this one will actually get rid of this error because one of this one here is an array and one of this one is string, right? That is why we're getting that error. So now by using this one right here, now we're actually make sure that the array actually contains maybe contains at least one element, right? Okay, now that we have done this, now what we're just going to do next, we can see, if we take note of this button here, we see that when the question get to the last question here, when we get to the last question, we're going to change this text to submit quiz, right? And at the same time, we should take note that we are actually handle the next question right here when the button is clicked. And if we go to this next question here, we're going to see that inside this next question function here, we are actually handling, we're actually calling the submit. We are calling the submit function here to handle the submit, which means if the question is at the last question, then when this button is clicked, then we're going to handle, instead of going to next, we're going to submit, right? And now if we go here to the submit declaration, if we go to the submit, so if we go to the submit declaration right here, okay, it seems okay right here. So this is the submit declaration. If we see here, we see that we are actually navigating to another component right here. We are actually navigating to a component right here. So after all the calculation here, after all the calculations, we are actually navigating to another component where we are going to display the test scores, which means we're going to display the summary of the test taken to the user in another component. So that is the component we're going to create right now. Let's create this component where we're actually navigating to. So if we go here to our project, let's go to this quiz result here. That is where we are going right here, just like quiz result, right? So this component is where we are navigating to. So now we're just going to generate our component right here. So inside here, we're going to have a couple of variables. So we'll have const. So we're going to have quiz question. Quiz questions. And we're going to have total. We're going to have total scores equals location dot state. So right here we're going to have another variable. We're going to declare we're going to use the location hook right from here. So we're going to say const location equals use location. And this one we're going to do the import. Okay, let's just do it manually. Import. Import use location from React router DOM. Location, okay, it was my typo error that we couldn't import it automatically. So right here we have the quiz questions and we have the total scores. Const num questions quiz questions dot length. Quiz question dot, oh my god, this is not what I want to do. Dot length. And const percentage, because we are actually just like the demo we had, we actually want to display the percentage of the total scores of for the user, right? So have percentage equals math dot round, and right inside here we're going to have total scores sorry, this is total scores divide number of questions and multiply by 100 to actually get our percentage. Okay, so and now we're going to have the navigation hook. Navigate. Of course, use navigation. And this one we're going to, oh sorry, not navigation, of course use navigate. This is navigate. Right here. And then now we're going to just go in here. So I'm going to change one here to section. Control DD, section, and escape. Escape. So this section here, we're just going to have it as a class of container. Container, and we're going to merge the top to 5. Merging the top to 5. Right? Okay, so here inside this here we're going to have an element tag, header tag, and this one is going to be h3. So here we're just going to say your quiz result summary. Results summary. And below we're going to have a shadow tag, and then we're going to have a header tag of 5. So inside this header tag of 5 we're going to say you. So now we're just going to display what the number of questions the user answered, right? So you answered, so let's bring in the total number of questions. Total scores out of number of questions. Correctly. So let me zoom this out a little bit. So we're just going to say you answered this number out of the total number of questions correctly, right? So now we're going to go inside. We're going to go below to actually display the percentage for the user, right? So right here we're just going to go down here to bring in a paragraph, a p tag, right? So here we're just going to say your total score is, then we're going to bring in the percentage. So bring in the percentage, and just with the percentage sign, and then we're just going to put dot comma here, right? Let's make it closer a little bit right here. That's fine. So then that is this all just what we need right here. So we're just going to put this button here to actually maybe just enable the user to retake the quiz if they want to retake the quiz, right? So we're just going to put here inside here, we're just going to say retake this quiz. Retake this quiz, which means the current quiz that just finished. And this one here we're going to set to class name. We're just going to set to btn primary, and we're going to make it not too big, so just say btn small, just like so. And then we're just going to pretend to have a function here. So we're just going to have const handle retake quiz equals so here we're just going to have just going to have a lot here. So actually we're going to implement this one later anyway. We're going to say oops, we're going to implement this, don't worry, we implement it, right? Was not implemented, or has not been implemented. So we're just going to put this one here for now, and now right here we're just going to handle the onClick right here. So onClick we're just going to handle retake quiz. So this is just all we need right here in this component, right? Let's just put some exclamation mark, exclamatory stuff here. So this is just all we need in this component to actually display what I'm trying to say. So this is all we need here to actually display the result, that is the quiz result to the user, right? But meanwhile, we are not actually we are not navigating to anywhere, so we're just going to remove this one here because I was thinking something different. Okay, so let's just I think we're done with this one right now. So right here we just navigate here, and we navigate here with the state and with the answer, the total number of answers, the total scores, and the number of answers from the quiz, from this quiz component, and we display this page. So that's just all we need to do here for now. Okay, so now have we done this? Now the next thing we're going to do before we run our project, before we start routing our project, the next thing we're going to do here is to create a stepper. You know, last time we were doing the demo, we see a stepper, right? So now we're going to create that stepper component to actually set the number of quiz and the subject for the user before they start the quiz. So let's go there and get it done. So right here, we're just going to do here is to generate our components as usual. So we're going to have a couple of state variables in here. Current step, set current step equals one equals use state. Let's say use state right here, and we're going to set this one here to 1. Next, we're going to have the const. So right here, we're going to have the selected subject, selected subject, set selected subject, and this one we're going to set to none, empty string at the initial state. Use state. So the next one we're going to do here is to set the number of questions selected, right? So have selected, const right here. So we're going to have selected number of question, question. So right here, we're just going to say, I'm just going to copy this one here. So we're just going to say set set selected number of questions. So this one is set selected, right? Set selected number of questions. You know, sometimes typing it manually is better than copy and paste, because you'll be trying to make sure there are no errors. Okay, right here we just have the selected number of questions right here. We're going to say questions. Right here, and so we have the selected number of questions and set selected number of questions right here, and this one we're just going to set to empty string for now. Then after this, now we're going to set the subject. We're going to have the subject const subject, set subjects. This is supposed to be subjects, because this one here we actually try to populate that control from the database, right, with all the subjects we have in the database. So here we're just going to say because use state, and this one we're going to set to an empty array, and then we're going to bring in the navigation. So const navigate, because use navigate right here. Okay, so now the first function we're going to implement here is the one that actually fetch all the subjects from the database, because when the page gets loaded, we are going to get all the quiz subject we have in the database to populate in this select control, where the user is going to, that we enable the user to select the subject on which they want to take the quiz. So that is the first function we're going to create right now. So I'm just going to say const fetch subjects, fetch subjects equals async. So here we're going to have the try a cache block. Const subjects, or we're just going to say available subjects, or we're just going to say all subjects equals await. And what is the name of the function we declare at the back end? It seems this one here, right? Yeah, get all subjects, right here. So here we're just going to set subject, set subjects equals all subjects right here, all subjects. And here we're going to go into the, if there are any error, we're just going to log them to the console as usual. So here we're going to say console dot error. We're going to say error right here. Okay, so this is just all we need right now. Let's save to have a good format. So now I'm just going to use the use effect to actually get this subject populated when the page gets loaded. Use effect. And then I'm going to fetch subjects right here, and in here I'm going to put in the empty array dependency. Okay, so this is just all we need here to get all the subjects from the data from our database. So the next one here we're going to create here, the next function we're going to create here is the one to handle when the next button is clicked. This is handle. Handle next. So we're going to say if current step is equal step 3, if current step is equal to step 3, and if selected subject, and selected number of questions, then what we're just going to do here is to navigate to start the quiz. So we're going to say navigate to start the quiz. So we're just going to say take quiz. And then we're going to go along, we're going to carry all this selected, the number of questions that the user selected, and the subject. So here we're just going to have the state. We're going to have the state, and then we're going to have the selected number of questions, and selected subject. This one here. Okay. Else. So we're going to say else alert. We're just going to set alert for the user to say please select a subject please select a subject and number of questions to answer. Or to be answered, number of questions to be answered. Let's make it a little bit grammatically correct. Right? And here, this is the first, this one here, this is the first if. Actually, I'm just going to copy this one here and put it right here for the first if. And the second if here, we're going to which is this one here, is the second if. No, this one here, the first if here. So this one here, that we're just going to, so if that is not the case, then we're just going to set the correct step into, just going to say set current step. Then here we're going to pass previous step, then we're going to say previous step. We're going to say previous step plus 1. Yeah. So this is just all we need to do here to actually navigate to the next step. Now we're going to handle the previous steps in case the user wants to navigate back to the previous step, right? So we're going to say const. So we're going to say const handle previous step. Handle previous step. Right here. And then we're going to just say, oh, sorry. Yeah, of course we can just do it like that anyway, but I just want to make it clear. All right, so we're just going to say, so in here we're going to set previous step. So we're going to say set current step, set current step, set current step, previous step, previous step minus 1. So we're just going to say previous step minus 1. Yes, so actually we don't really need event here for now. Then now we're going to handle the selected subject. Const handle selected subject equals event so here what we're just going to do here is to set selected subject. Then we're just going to handle the event target.value right here. Okay, now the last one we're going to do here before we start creating the UI is the one to actually handle when the question is changed, right? Handle number of when the number of question is changed. So for example, we choose 5 before and we'll navigate backward to actually change the number of questions we want to answer. So here we're just going to say const handle number of questions change. Okay, and here we're just going to say set selected number of questions. We're going to have event.target.value right here. Then now we're going to actually render the steps selected, right? So we're just going to come here to say const render step content, render step content, sorry, so handle so render step content. So here we're going to switch the current step, right? So we're just going to say here switch so we're going to switch current step switch current step case 1 case 1. What we're just going to do here is to return this one is return. Then in here we're going to have a div. So inside this div here we're just going to have h3 tag class name. We have text info. We're going to have mb2, which is match the bottom to 2. And in here, we're just going to say, I want to take a quiz. I want to take a quiz on. Then here, we're going to bring in the select control. We are going to populate all the subjects that we've gotten from the database, right? So here, I'm just going to say select. Oh, sorry, there is select actually. So inside the select here, we're going to have options, option, and here we're just going to say select a subject, select a subject. So let's set some classes right here. So class name of this one here is going to be form select, and let me just break it down so you can see it clearly. So have the form select, and the value, so the value of this here is going to be selected subject, this one here, selected subject, and we're going to handle the onChange. We're going to handle the onChange event. So the onChange here, we're just going to say handle subject change, right? Handle subject change. Handle selected subject. Actually, we have this one here. Handle selected subject, handle previous step, and we'll handle question change. Okay, so we'll handle selected subject, and right here we're going to go inside right here. So now we're going to go inside the select, this here, we're going to go inside under this option right here. And what we're just going to do here, we're going to map through the subjects we've gotten from the database, right? So we're just going to say subject, all the subjects we've gotten from the database. So we're going to say subject. Actually, this one is going to be, I'm going to go up here. This one is subject, right? And here we got all the subject and we set subjects. So right here, we're just going to say subjects, subject.map, and here we're going to have subject. So for every subject, we're going to create right here. So for every subject, we're going to create an option for it. So we're just going to say option, and inside the option, we're just going to say subject, and then we're going to set key for this. So the key also is going to be the subject right here, and the value also is going to be the subject. Okay, so this is just all we need to do here in case of case 1, right? So now we're going to go to case 2. Right here. Okay, this is the end of this return. So now we're going to go to case 2. Case number 2. What am I doing? No, this is not what I wanted to do. I'm actually going down here. So we're going to say case 2. Case 2, we're going to return. So what are we returning here? So we're going to return a div. Actually, we're going to return another div here, div. And inside this div, what we just need here is we're going to need a header tag of 4. And inside this header tag here, we're going to have how many questions. How many questions would you like to attempt? So how many questions would you like to attempt? And this one here, we're just going to set this class name to text info, and also we're going to set the margin bottom to 2, right? So just like the same thing we're going to do here, because this one actually is going to, I'm sorry, this is like what we just did here, this one here, and that is what we did here as well, right? So now, having done this, now we're just going to bring in the input for the user to select the number of questions they want to attempt. So we're just going to say input. So inside this input, we're going to have the type of this input is going to be of type number, right? Number. And the class name here, we're just going to set the class name to form control, as usual. Form control. And after that, now we're going to have the value. We're going to set the value to selected number. Selected number of questions. This one here. Selected number of questions. And unchanged. Then we're going to handle number of questions change. Now handle number of questions changed. So here we don't have a placeholder. We're just going to say enter number of questions. Enter number of questions. Enter number of questions. Okay, so that's just all we need to do here. As usual, I'm going to make this one here a self-closing tag and actually remove this and clean up the space right here. Then case number 3, we're just going to return, which is step number 3. We're going to return the confirmation for the user to actually confirm what they have selected, right? So we're just going to say case 3. Case number 3, we're going to return so we're going to have a div. We have a div right here. So we're just going to say we're going to need the h2 header tag right here. We're going to say confirmation, right? So below this confirmation here, we're going to have the p tag. We're going to have subject. Then we're going to pass in the selected subject. This is selected subject. And we're going to have another p tag here. And inside here, we're going to say number of questions. So we're going to say selected number of questions, right? Selected number of question. I think this one here. Yes, selected number of question. Okay. So we're going to return in case number 3. Then default, we're just going to come out here to say default. So default, we're just going to return none. Return nothing. Return none. Okay, so that is just all we need to do here. Now we're going to create the progress bar, which is the stepper, right? That progress bar we saw right last time when we were doing the demo. So now we're just going to come down here to create the progress bar. So we have a const render render progress bar. Render progress bar. Then in here we're going to have const progress equals current step. So if current step is step 3, then we're just going to make it 100. That's just going to make it full, right? Else we're just going to pass in current step. Oh my gosh, this is going to say current step minus 1 divide 2, then we'll say times 100 multiply by 100. So this is just what we're just trying to do here is to actually increase or decrease the progress bar as we move back and forth the steps, right? So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually return. So we're going to return a div oh my gosh, sorry guys. So I'm going to return a div right here. Now inside this div here, we're just going to set the class name. So we're going to set the class name to progress, right? And inside this progress div, we're going to bring in another div. And inside this another div, we're just going to we're going to set the class name to progress bar, right in here. So we're going to set the row equals progress bar. Row equals progress bar. And then we're going to set the style. So we're going to set the style right here. We'll set the width. Yeah, width. And then we're going to have the backtick right here, and the $sign and the curly braces. Then we're going to pass in the progress. So we're going to pass in progress, and then at here we're going to pass in percentage. That's to actually show the progress, the number of the progress, maybe progress step 2, step 3, step 4, just like that. Then in here we're just going to have a value now. We'll have the value now. We're going to set this one to progress. So that's just not what we're going to do here. Then we're going to go out in here. We're going to go inside between the div. We're just going to pass in step to actually track the current step number, right? So we'll pass in the current step. Yeah, the one here. So this is just all we need here to actually display the progress bar. So now the next thing we're going to do here is to actually create the UI of this stepper. So we're just going to go in here I'm going to just remove this one here and bring in a bracket, and inside this bracket here we're going to have a section. Yeah, we'll have class name, empty5, so we're going to have the h3, and inside the h3 you're going to set in some styles, right? Style. So I'm going to say color. So we're going to say color, and we're going to set this to gray text right here. And between here, we're just going to say welcome to quiz online. Welcome. Welcome to quiz. Welcome to quiz online. Oh yeah. And having done this now, that we're going to just go out here to actually render. So we're going to render the progress bar. Render progress bar right here, and then we're going to have under beneath this now we're going to have another div right here, and this time around this div is going to be a card. So we're going to have the class card. This is class name, and then we're going to set in the card. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do here is to have the card body, and that one is going to be inside another div. So this one is going to be the body of the card. So we're going to say class name, card body, and next one we're going to do here inside the card body, we're going to render. We're going to render the steps content, right? So we're just going to say render step content. This one here, just render this one here. Say function. So below this now we're going to have another div where we're going to render the steps, right? So here we're just going to have a div right here, and below between this div we're going to have the current step. Greater than 1. So what we're just trying to do here is that, so if the current step is greater than 1, then we're going to bring in a button that we say previous. But if the current step is not greater than 1, we're just going to have only a button that will say next, go next, right? So here we're just going to bring in a button. Here we're going to say previous, just like going back to previous step. Maybe we want to change anything, we're going to say previous. And this one here we're going to set some classes. So we're going to set class name to btn primary, btn primary. And then we're going to handle the onClick event. OnClick, then we're going to handle the handle previous. We declare up there last time, so we're just going to say handle previous step. So let's save to have a good format right here. So this one here is to actually handle the previous step. Then if the current step is lesser than 3, if current step, oh sorry, this is current. If current step is lesser than 3, what we're just going to do here is to disable. This is to bring in a button right here. So just bring in a button right here. Button, this is button actually. Yeah, button. And between this button here, we're just going to have next, right? Next. Then let's set some properties to this button here. So the first one I'm going to set here is class name. I'm going to set this to btn primary, and then we're going to set the on-click events. On-click event. So the on-click is going to handle next. And then we're going to set the disable. We're going to disable this button conditionally. So right here we're just going to say disabled. Then we're going to have current. Right here we're going to have current step equals 1, and subject is not selected. Subject is not selected. Or current step equals 2, and question is not selected. Number of questions are not selected, and no question selected. No selected questions. Selected questions. This one here. So let's save this to get a good format. Okay. So what we just did here is that we try to disable this button, because this is the next button right here. So if the step is step 1, it means the subject has to be selected. But if there is no subject selected, the button is disabled. So you must select the subject before you move ahead. Then when the step gets to step 2, if you have not selected a number of questions you want to answer, the button is disabled. You cannot move to next. So that's what we just did here. Then now we're going to go out right here. We're going to go out here and just come here to say current step. If current step is equals 3, then what we're just going to do here is to bring in a button to actually start the quiz, right? So we're just going to say bring in a button here. Bring in a button. Then this button is just going to say start quiz. Start quiz. And then we're going to set in some classes right in here. So I'm going to say class name, btn success. So it's going to be green. Success. So that's just all we need to do here. Then we're going to handle the on-click event. On-click, we're going to say handle next. Handle next right here. And remember that this next here we actually set condition in here already. So if this one here, what is it? So if this step here is at step 3 and a subject is already selected right here, so if the current step is step 3 and subject and a number is already selected, I'm just going to navigate right here. So that's what we're actually passing in here in this progress bar and this button right here. So this is just all we need here to actually get our stepper ready. So now I think we are done with our stepper creation. So the next thing we're going to do here is to route our component and actually test run our project. So now that we have finished this now, what we're just going to do here is to go back to our project directory and let's open up the app.js file. So now we're going to start routing our components. So before we can test our project, right? So here I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to just clear off. I'm going to clear off this for now. And I'm just going to remove this counter, this default counter there that we got last time. So the next thing we're going to do here is to do the router import. We're just going to bring in the importation of the router, right? So I'm just going to go here to say import. So I'm going to say browser router as router, and then we're going to go in here, bring in routes and routes. So this is just all we need to do here. So the first thing we're going to do here is just to go in here to I'm going to set some margin to this one here. Just going to say margin top 5 and margin bottom also to 5. So now we're going to just come here to bring in the router. And right here, we're going to have the routes. So the first one we're going to have here is the home components. So we're going to say path. Then we're going to say /home, and the element of this here is just going to be the home component, right? So we're going to say home component, and we're going to do the import. Yeah, we have home component here, so we're just going to go here to do the import. I'm going to close some of this one here. So now let's do the import from here. What is the message here? Okay, sorry. These routes. So okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So this one was supposed to have right here. So also have routes right here, and this one is supposed to go inside. Put it here. So let's make this one a self-closing tag. Remove this and actually remove this one here. Okay, so now we're going to bring in the next one here, and we're just going to the left hand side, any number actually happen here, the routes. Okay, so the next one we're going to bring in here is Use this stepper. So I'm just going to do this routing, and we'll come back and explain what we did, right? All right. So this our our app JS, our app the JS, and now these are the routing I've just done in the backstage. So these are all the components we've created, and these are just the route right here. There's nothing special right here. It's just routing the component we've created. So the home, this is the quiz stepper, this is the quiz, add question, update question, get all quiz, and quiz result. So this is just all we did here. So the very last thing we're going to do here is to actually implement our navbar component so that we can run our project. So I'm just going to open this one here, and for this here, for us to make this faster, I'm just going to come here and just put in the code. I'm going to make this one full screen, and then we're going to do this import right here, and do this import. So but meanwhile, we're going to go up here to bring in React. So here I'm just going to say import React from React right here. So this is just all we need here. I feel so tired, I feel so bored writing code for navbars. So but this one here, I just borrowed this code from Bootstrap and just modify it to suit our purpose. So right here, this is the navbar control, and we have done the link. So these are the link to the home page, and this is the link to different component. Now this one here, let's just quickly, now we're going to run our project and see what we got. So now I'm going to go here, or rather I'm going to command and backtick to go to our terminal. And in our terminal, I'm just going to cd into the quiz online. So we're just going to say quiz online, right? And right here, we're just going to say npm run dev to actually run this. And also, we're going to go to our backend and actually run our server. So I'm just going to go here to run our server. Okay, so we see that our project is running, and we see that our backend also is running. So I'm just going to minimize this, and so let's follow the link right here to the browser. And right here is here's the browser. Project is loading. Okay, so this one here is our home page right here last time. So let me just remove this. So this one is our home page. What is our home page? Let me just quickly remove this stepper and also the navbar, and this is our home page right here. So it's just a simple tag right here between the main to actually return this one here. So this is our home page, and this is what is displaying here right now. And if we go back here, we forgot to include the navbar right here. So let's go here to include the navbar. So I'm just going to go here to say navbar. Yeah, we actually got navbar. So let's go here and open it up. Where is the navbar? Inside here. So let's open it up so it can be. So let's go back here to say navbar. Oh, sorry. Okay, here we got it, right? Okay, so navbar. And let's go back to the browser and see if the navbar has appeared. So right here we have our navbar right here. And now this component here I've created is just for us to package some links right here, but I've not implemented this component. We copy and paste this navbar, right? So for that, now let's just implement this component here so we can actually get what we have right in there. So I'm going to go here. Last time when we were creating these packages, did we create any package called admin? No. So this one here, like we said, we are not going to cover the part of the security part in this project, okay? Because we have, in case you want to secure this application, you can just watch some of our security demo in this channel and just get the tips on how you can get this secured. So for right here, I'm going to just create a component here. I'm just going to pretend that we're going to have an admin. So I'm just going to create a component called admin.jsx right here, and I'm going to hit on enter. Then I'm just going to generate our component right here, and then we're just going to return. I'm just going to replace this return here with a simple div. So I'm going to make this one full screen. Now I'm going to just get this one imported right here. We're going to import this one right here. Okay, so this one here is just a link that will actually link us to create new quiz and actually get all quizzes right here. So that's all we just did here. Nothing special here. So if we go back right here, we see this. Let's navigate, and something is not right here. So let's actually inspect what happened. Okay, I think I remember we've not actually implemented those. We have not implemented those routes. This one here, and that brings me. Last time when we were doing this, when we were creating, there are a lot of to-dos. We put a lot of to-dos in different places. So we have. I think we have a to-do here. Okay, cool. So right here we have a to-do here that actually linked us to a new question, which is inside the get all quiz component right here. So this one here is to link us to new answer, and as to link us to a form that we actually add a new question to the form. So for that, we're going to install, because I want to use right here, I want to use a React icon right here. So for that, we're going to install the React icon library that we're going to use right here, this icon here. So, but meanwhile, I'm going to do this import for the links. So we're going to do this import for the links right here, and then we're going to install this React icons so that we can actually get this imported, right? So now I'm going to go command backtick again, and I'm just going to leave this one running, but I'm going to add another terminal. Oh, it seems we have another one here before. Let's check. Okay, no need. So let's just cd into our project. So it's just going to be quiz online. Is it quiz? Quiz online. Okay, right here. So then we're going to install npm install React icons, and just hit on enter. Okay, right here React icons is being installed. So let's do the import. Let's confirm this actually in our package.json. So right here we see React icons being installed for us, right? So let's close this, and let me make this on full screen. Let's try to import this. It's not coming actually, so let's just what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to copy this one here, and I'm going to just import. I'm going to import and just paste this one here from React icons right here, React icons. Okay, and /fa. Yeah, so I think this one should solve the problem. So the next one we're going to have here, if we go down here, we have this. We have a link to actually go to update, to navigate us to update a question, right? This link here. So now I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can actually see it clearly. So now I'm going to replace this to do here with the actual link. So this is the link that will actually return us to update a quiz with the ID of the question, not actually updating the quiz, to update a question using the ID of the question right here. So here is just to use the ID of the question, right? Okay, so that is all we have in this very to do here. I think we have another to do in another place, this update. So let's check this one here. Okay, cool. So we actually have another to do here. We have to add a link back to all questions, right? So here we're just going to say, we're just going to copy a link right here and just going to paste it here. And I'm going to do this import. So let's do this import. To this import. Okay, so here we have all quizzes, and let's go back to our app.js. Just like here, I've already added all these routes last time, right? So I think this actually, we don't have any other to do somewhere, right? Okay, so let's go back to the browser and see if we can view our application right now. So here, okay, we have, there's no route for admin. Let's clear this one off. Let's reload. Let's just remove this. Let's reload this to our home page. And here, I think we have not routed the admin component. So let's go back here. Let's go here. Okay, we didn't route this. So let's actually route this one here. So for that, I'm going to copy one of these and paste it here. And I'm going to call this one admin. And the component is going to be admin. Yeah, admin. So let's do the import. Let's go here to open it up so it can be visible, kind of. I don't know why it's actually happening like this sometimes. So let's go here and just get it imported. So it has been imported. So let's actually save and go back to our browser. So right here we have admin is not defined. Okay, let's clear this. So let's go back to admin. So now we have admin here. Welcome to admin homepage. And now let's go to new component to add new question. So right here we have the new question. So let's go back to, let's actually go back. So this link here, okay, I remember. So we are going to add a link here to actually navigate us back to all questions right here. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code and let's open up the add question. And let's go, okay, cool. So we actually have it here. So let's just uncomment this. Let's uncomment and let's do the import. Let's do the import right here. And so let's go back to our browser and see if it appears or not. Okay, so right here we have it. So we have save questions, a save question, and we have existing questions. So we can just say, let's just make this one like go to, or maybe back to existing question. Okay, just like so. So let's actually click this one here. So here we go to existing questions, but right now we don't have any we have not created any questions in our database right now. And let's actually click on this and go here. So let's start creating a question. Let's start creating questions in our database. Okay, so right here we see that our project is running, our backend is running right here. So now our project is running. So let's just zip this down and let's go to our browser to actually test run our project. So so if we have any error, we're going to come back here to get it fixed. So let's go to our browser. So right here is our home page, our simple home page. And here is our admin control. And let's go to existing questions. So there are no questions right now. There are no current questions. So let's just follow this link right here to go to the add question form. So right here we can see the add question form. So we're just going to start adding some questions. So let's just test this form to see if we can actually add questions to our database. So right here, I'm going to choose, the first thing we're going to do here is to choose a subject. And now we can see that we have nothing in our database. And now we're just going to, there is no subject right here to choose from. So now we're going to choose add new. So if I click on this, we see that a text box has been provided for us to define a new subject. So I'm just going to add Java, right? And add subject. And then here is the question. I'm just going to ask a simple question. So we're just going to say, is this Java? And this is a question that just that requires yes or no, right? So here we're just going to have a yes or no option. So which means we are going to leave this one here to a single answer, which is a radio button, right? So now I'm just going to come down here to enter the first choice. So this one is A. We're going to say yes. And now we're going to add the second option, B, which says no. And now let's just take the correct answer as A, right? So let's save the question. So let's make sure everything here is intact, because we are not actually covering validation right here. So let's just make sure that we entered everything we need to enter, right? So now let's save this question to the database. We can see that the question has been saved. I think it works, but there's no any feedback for us to know that the question is saved or not. So, but meanwhile, let's go here. Let's just follow this. Okay, I made a typo here. It will be corrected soon. So let's follow here to go to all questions. So now we can see that we actually have one question right here, and this one is coming directly from our database. So if we go to our SQL Workbench and refresh, so we see that we have this question added here. So let's go back to the browser to add a second question. So here we're just going to follow this link and add another question. So, but this time around, we're going to make this question a kind of multiple options, multiple answers. So, which means it's going to be a checkbox. So now let's just say, is this Python? Python. Oh my gosh. Python. Is this Python? And this one here, we're going to make it a multiple answer, which means we're going to have more than one answer, right? So let's go to A. No. So let's go to B. Yes. Let's go to C. So we're just going to say sure. And let's go to D. We're just going to say maybe. Maybe. And now let's go to the correct answer. We're just going to choose A and D. Or no, we're just going to choose B, C. No, this was a test. Let's just choose anyone. So here I'm just going to choose B, C, and D, right? So here I'm going to say B. Next, I'm going to say C. And the last one here, I'm going to say D. So right here we have three answers to make this question to make the user score this question right. So now let's save this to the database. Let's save question, and now let's go here. So now we see that the first question number 1, is this Java, which the answer is A. The question number 2 we have, is this Python? We have B, C, and D as the options. So let's go to our database and refresh. So right here we see 2 questions in our database, and let's go to the options right here. So here these are the options. Question number 4, that's ID number 4 has this, and ID number 3 has this, right? So let's go to the correct answers. Let's refresh. So right here we see the question with ID number 3 has A as the correct option, but the question with ID number 4 has B, C, D as the correct questions, right? So now let's go back to the browser, and this time around let's try to take the quiz. So now we know that we have 2 questions in our database, and we're supposed to have here a subject called Java, right? So now we have our subject Java, and now we can see that if we don't select anything here, we see that this button is disabled. So now when we select a subject, this button is going to be enabled. You see here now the button is enabled. So right here we're just going to click on next, And again, if we don't select anything here, we're going to see that this one here, we cannot move to the next. So now I'm just going to enter 5. But now we have 2 questions in our database. So I'm just going to enter 5, but we're going to have only 2 questions from our database. So now let's go next. So here is the confirmation summary. The subject chosen is Java, and the number of questions we chose to answer is 5. So let's click on Start Quiz. So right here, we're going to choose, now let's choose, this one is the correct answer, right? A is the correct answer for number 1. The question number 2, we see that we have checkboxes here, right? So now remember that the correct answer here are B, C, and D, right? But I'm going to, okay, let's just try this to see if we got it right. So here we got 100%, but we got 2 over 2, 2 of 2 correctly, so we got 100%. So here, let's take this quiz again. So this time around, I'm going to choose the wrong option. So we're going to choose B, C, and A, right? And let's move next. So here, I'm going to choose the correct answer here, and let's submit. So here we got 1 over 2 because we got that wrong. So we got 50%. Let's go again. Now let's choose the correct answer, B, C, and D. Let's move next. Here we have yes. Now let's submit. We have 100%. So right here we can see that okay, let's take this again. I just want to let's look at our console to see what is logged in the console. I'm just going to go to the console right here. I'm going to clear this off. So now let's take this right here. Let's move next. So here we see that we have 1 question. Question number 1, we have A as the option right here. So now we're going to choose B, C, and D. So here we see that this one is an array. Question with ID number 4 is an array, which is number 2 question is an array. And now let's check what is inside the array. So now we see that we have 3 options as the correct option in the array, right? We have B, C, and D as the correct options. So now we're going to just click on submit, and we have 100%. Okay, so I'm going to close this. So now we can see that right here we can actually add a new question, and here we can add we can go back to existing questions, and here we can actually delete question, and we can delete question, right? So now I'm just going to pause this video to add more questions, and I wish you do that too. So I'll pause this video, add more questions, then we'll come back and take the full quiz before we round up this this demo. Right. Okay guys, welcome back. So now I have added some few questions in our database. So if we go back right now to our database, we're going to see that we've actually gotten a couple of questions here. So I'm just going to go here and refresh this. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. And some of them are single answers, some of them are multiple answers, right? All right, so we really have this here. Now let's go back to the browser. Now let's go to take the quiz. So here I'm just going to choose a subject right here, and we're going to click on next. So now we have, I think we have 4 questions in our database, but now I'm just going to choose, maybe we need 10 questions. I'm just going to choose 10, right? And now I'm going to click on next. So right here we have the confirmation as usual, and take note of the progress bar. We see that it's actually moving from step to step as we navigate from step to step, right? So let's click on next, and right here let's just click on start quiz. So now the quiz has started, and this is the first question. So what is the output of the following code snippet? So right, we have this here. I was just going to choose this one as 13. Let's move next. Now, which of the following statements, which of the following is true about Java interface? So this one we're just going to say interface can contain method implementations. Of course, this time around, interface can contain Java method implementation, right? And a class can implement multiple interfaces. Interface can extend classes, no. Interfaces can have constructors, no. But this one to here, nowadays, interface can contain method implementations, right? Yeah, like default method can actually be in interface right now. So these two here are actually correct, but I purposely make this one as a radio stuff just to test, just for testing. So now we're just going to choose one option here, but now I make this one as the correct one, B, right here. So we're just going to choose B. And now what are the access modifiers in Java? So now this one here we have 1, 2, 3, like A, B, C, D are the correct answers to this. So let's move next. And this one here, what is the correct way to declare a constant in Java? So we'll see that the first one here is actually correct. This one here. And let's click on submit. So here we got 4 out of 4 questions correctly. We got 100%. So now let's take this question again. I'm just going to choose at random. Let's go. I'm just going to choose at random. Right here, we'll choose it correctly. And let's just choose this one and submit. So here we got 2/4, right? So now we see that our quiz is actually working correctly, the way it's supposed to work, according to requirement, right? So, and I really encourage you to take a step further. There are a lot of things we can actually include to this quiz. This one is just a head start, right? So here, right now, you can actually try to validate this form, and you can just try to take a walk around this form. We're going to correct this one before we close, right? So just take a walk around this quiz and see what you can do. You can actually design the home page to look more beautiful. And right here, you can just do anything here, just a kind of, just print it to make it beautiful. And so far so good, we have created a full working quiz that we can actually just host online, whereby we can just direct people to actually see our work online. Okay, so this brings us to the end of this today's demo. But meanwhile, before we finish this demo, I'm going to go back here, and we're going to correct this one here, this mistake we made here. I'm just going to go back to the add questions. Let's find add questions right here, this one here. So let's go to the button down below to actually correct that test. So here, okay, this one here. So it's supposed to be back, right? Let's save it and go back to the browser to see the reflection. So right now we've gotten it corrected. Okay, so this brings us to the end of today's demo. If you've not subscribed to my channel, please don't forget to do so, because that is one of the ways you can actually support me to grow my channel and encourage me to do more. Please like my videos and share my videos with your friends. Post my videos on your social network platforms, and let's grow together. Thank you so much. And if you have any comment or any question, you can just drop a comment below. And meanwhile, just check the link below. There are links below this video where you can follow to actually watch. In case you want to secure this application, maybe you want to add security module, there are links below this video that actually will link you to some of our security videos we actually have here in our channel, just for you to take a step further to actually secure this, especially this very menu here. You can actually just secure this so that this one will be exclusively to the admin, right? And there are so many other things you can actually do. You can actually add to this very project so that it will look more appealing. So we're going to end this demo here, because this demo has taken a lot of hours as usual. So we're going to stop it here, and thank you for coming, and thank you for supporting our channel, and hope to see you again in our subsequent demo. Thank you, and goodbye. Happy coding.